we will be watching. We will be watching two things pretty soon. One of which is the rest of the Shiny for Christ video. But first, I want to see this. Now, I'll be making dinner, and I want to just go back in there and check. I got some kidney beans or black beans in there. I poured some sauce in to give them all nice flavor, and I've got some curry rice that's cooking. So I've got to go in there and check on that in a little bit. I don't want to watch anything that I've got lined up here for dinner. So I want to watch something positive and nice. Um, that won't get me copyright claimed. And ideally from someone that I haven't really shown yet. So let me. Oh, I know the perfect one. I want to find the exact one I'm thinking of. The exact one I'm thinking of. I don't want to watch anything that's. I know you guys can't see it. I'm just looking for. This sucks. Maybe library would have it. I searched through the video that I watched already. Yeah. Getting close. Is this the place I'm thinking of? I think it is. Yes. Yes, this is what I'm thinking of. So I'm going to go in there now and just take care of my. I'm going to go take care of my dinner. And when I come in, we can watch this. And then we can watch. Two very bad videos. Which is the continuation of the Shiny video. And where are we at? Just over 2 minutes. So got a long way to go. I don't know. I want to watch either of these things when I'm eating. and something from Stephen Crowder, which is yeah, fuck that noise and fuck this noise. Although this will at least be a little bit cathartic watching them suffer. But we have here. Right, not much, but I got some dinner. Some black beans that I threw some sauce onto, and some rice that I had some curry powder with. Combined it together, and I'm sure it's passable enough. So, plan for tonight is this. Next 5.5 hours, it's just going to be you guys, me, and whatever we can find up on YouTube. Doesn't have to be YouTube, but YouTube is usually the best choice when it comes down to being free of copyright. Then around about 10 or 11, I'm probably going to get into bed. Still watching stuff with you guys. Around about 12, I'll turn on the alarm and turn off the and turn on the shoddy cast thing. I'll also get rid of this sweet boy on the off chance that we get a donation. It's getting rare, very unlikely that will happen, but still. Um, Link in the doobly doo for our Streamlabs, and I'll replace it with the screaming one, but we'll still keep the cat up. Fuck it. One more time. Body is round. The body is round. So let's watch some this while I eat the food. Yeah, yeah, the food. I'm just gonna mute this. Just be on the safe side. Don't need the music. So yeah, so we get to watch the entire experience. Bryce could have spent a few more minutes on it. I was rushing, but not bad. That's the last of the rice. Going up to the shop tomorrow. I can pick some up if I really want to. I love how they get really creative. I know Mickey's not a big fan of tiny homes. I love how they get really creative with it. Actually, I know he's already sped up, but I'll speed him up just a little bit more. Just a smidge. It's the lack of audio is kind of. Doggo. Almost like a garden shed. It'd be actually pretty small as a garden shed. All you need in a garden shed is clean water, electricity, and insulation. Ooh, we found a blackcurrant. Or we used to go for them. We used to go picking for them in school. I've never been inside a tiny home, like a professionally or like intentionally made tiny home. Been inside incredibly small homes and buildings that you could live in. I almost like the apartment in Cyberpunk. I mean, they don't have a kitchen, which is a bit annoying, but you've got plenty of space. Looks like a beehive or a shed for a horse, like a horse trailer. Good few amount of people helped him out with it. A memorial to bowl of rice. Hmm. Hey, I said I wanted some curry powder earlier, and I got some curry powder, so it's not so bad. I always try to have some spices. Even if you're on a diet or even if you're going vegan, spices are kind of a must. And if you're on a diet in particular, Jesus Christ, because your food gets so monotonous on its own after a while. Like the reason white rice is used in so many dishes is because it's meant to soak up flavor. We'll just have it on its own. I mean, you can. I like it. I like rice on its own. But I can tell you from personal experience, still working at it during the night. He got lays off from his job. How much do you think all this cost him? He still must have a house or an apartment somewhere, right? It's a crappy neon futuristic apartment. Yeah. I kind of think is it Decker from Blade Runner or the one that Ryan Gosling played in the newer version or the sequel. I like their apartments kind of. I prefer. Oh, cool. Must be near a military base. This is in the UK, by the way, as far as I can tell. Um, but I liked one or two places that were just like giant open air nothingness, like huge amounts. It's what inspired Jensen's apartment in Deus Ex. There's this huge open, mildly. It's almost like an art studio, you know? I could live in an art studio in like a middle of a town, in the middle of a city. Hell yeah. Just have maybe a kitchen off to one side, bathroom, bedroom, and just one big room for everything else, you know? Have it all tightly connected to each other. You could argue, oh, there's no privacy. Well, I'm not going to be living with anyone else except for a sexual partner. So that's not a big deal to me. Well, say one thing about Jensen's apartment. I wouldn't have the bathroom right next to his bedroom as the only entrance. Got a lot of traffic going in there. I couldn't really stand that. I like the lofts, you know, like the New York style lofts from like Rent, the red brick. It's just giant former industrial level where like machines used to work. And like 90% of it's empty and in the corner is just four or five things. This is kind of like this. Like, this room alone is bigger than my first apartment. Gee, I wonder what time of year it is. Must be Valentine's Day. Exposed brick is a premium. I know, right? You wouldn't think it. Lofts are cool if you set them up right. 100%. Hey, Raisin. We're going to be looking at some stuff in a little bit, but right now I want to eat my dinner and watch this time lapse of this guy who got laid off his job. So for about a year, he spends building a tiny house out in the UK. No sound for copyright fears. I will say this though, if you're trying to start a home, you'd want the opposite of what I just described, like the sort of the giant ass lofts. They're not really homely. They're more bachelor, 20 something, or just someone who's never going to really settle down with kids. If you have kids, I would want like some green, some grass, even if it's right next to a park. If it's right next to a park, that's ideal. But if not, have a garden or both, even. Yourself a dog, take them out for a walk constantly. Of course, I'd probably have a dog if the loft let me have one. I just noticed when I was preparing for the American trip, I had so much clutter. And right now this room is so empty. It's insane. Yeah, happy Easter. Um I'm doing okay. I reorganized my room on stream a little bit. Now you can just make out two flags. It's not ideal yet, but it's working there. Um I've been talking to the missus, been talking to my friend Claire, who might be coming up in August, which is cool. I haven't had her over in a long time. Um, Gamed a bit, watched a bit. I did the political compass test. This is the part of it I like most of all. The way he kind of he starts getting really creative with the he gets really creative with like the shelves and things like that. I mean, he sleeps up above, which you could, if you were both really lean, I suppose you'd be able to fit up there, no problem. I like how he's basing his measurements off puzzles and like board games. Um. Anyway, what about you? How's your day been? Yeah, look at that. See the way it's kind of the folds out, just so we can have the board game nearby. It's the perfect shape for it. So much effort. I couldn't do this to save my life. I was so proud of myself when I put together an IKEA table, no, a cabinet. I was like, yes, I am a carpentry god. Go We'll be going for another 5 hours, and then the last Sleepy Boy stream will start. I'll probably sleep it for a bit longer tonight because I didn't get that much of a sleep this morning, last night, this morning. Kept tossing and turning. Part of me was adamant that I was going to get one of those alerts that would wake me up really loudly, but eventually, it was also the light as well from the TVs. They were a bit off, but I'll have to move my bed back real quick. Running around with three boys, just finished brunch and getting the house ready for dinner. Sat down for a quick break and found you fellas. Awesome. Hope it's been a fun day for you guys. I'm looking forward to Tuesday because that's when Lady comes over. And then, of course, the trip. um, yeah, you see, this is the one thing. I'd probably too heavy to do something like this. This is cool, but I'd need a little bit more space. And what happens if you had a partner over? You know, I like the way he did the ceiling. Cool, that style's cool, but it looks like an upside down boat. Yeah, looks like the keel of a boat. Well, the hull technically of a boat, but also the keel. He's very clever in how he uses space. He has so little to work with. Ah, I was wanting to help you do things. How much you doing, Chris? Want me to do the dishes or something? Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, yeah. I gotta stay up till midnight, otherwise, when Girly shows up tomorrow, I'm gonna be just wrecked. And I want to get wrecked by the end of it, but that's because of alcohol. I want to get hammered. Hey, we have light. Where his phone can go. Yeah, when he's not using his kitchen, it's did he make his first cup of tea in his new home? Yes, he did. Did he whittle a face? Nice. Hey, it looks like he has a penis. It's a penis head. Of course, you need a smoke alarm for a house that's completely made of wood. It's got some cool ass fittings to add a little bit of variety and flavor. He's got a solar panel, as you do. Making sangria. The fruit is almost done soaking. Nice. I'd go for some of that right now. Like I say, I could go out and I could spend the money for tomorrow that I on today, but why? This week I'm gonna have plenty of opportunities to have really nice drinks. I love the cupboards. Everything is all completely designed. There it is. It's all completely designed for as small amount as possible. Nice drone shot as you go away. Girls gotta be funny later. I rarely drink. Nice. Wish I could stay and chat. Well, you can. Oh, yeah, we also got introduced to Shotgun Red, and we found out that, oh, yeah, this is Easter Rising. I completely forgot. This is when this was in Dublin. Uilleann Pipes. I'm old enough to remember when people who actually fought in the Civil War would be like brought out here. I don't think any of them are left now. It ended in 1922, so it'll be over 100 years at this point.
Relatives of those who took part in the rising said they should be remembered.
These people died for our country. They gave their lives. My grandfather left 3 toddlers and a wife, and she had to rear them on her own. So they were brave men and women.
My father was involved in 1916. It's a privilege. I feel so proud to be here and representing my father.
Ceremony concluded with a march off. John Carrain, RT.
Yep. It makes traffic a nightmare whenever they do that, because that's like one of the biggest thoroughfares in the country. Can't even get the Lewis through it. Um, I absolutely like I keep forgetting like the Easter Rising. It's literally called the Easter Rising, and I'm like, why are they doing this now? It's Easter. Oh yeah, every year. Um, let's see. That's old news now. The manhole explosion in New York in Times Square. That's old news. Might as well watch it.
I'm Sandra Bookman. Joe has the night off. We're going to begin with that scare in Times Square, a loud bang that sent people running.
Go, go. I don't know what it is, but what is it?
A video posted on social media shows that chaos. It turns out the noise was a manhole exploding. Con Ed confirming tonight that one manhole exploded due to a cable failure, and they saw smoke coming from at least 2 others. And this is a live look right now at Times Square, where fire crews are still on the scene, keeping an eye on those manholes. West 43rd Street between 7th and 8th Avenues still closed to pedestrians and vehicles. There are no reports of injuries or property damage, and power did remain on in the area. The FDNY tonight telling us that a high-rise building on West 43rd Street had to be ventilated after all of this because it was showing elevated carbon monoxide levels.
Yeah, Evan's always exploding here. Well, sure, you guys love your booms. It's weird watching other countries' news. Clothing store flooded after fire alarm sets off sprinklers. 2 cars stolen. Son of famous novelist charged in drug death of infant daughter. Suspect made off with CBD oil after smoke shop holdup. 19-year-old charged in 2 more hate crimes attacks against Sikh men. Shots fired at subway station in the Bronx. No injuries. Oh shit.
We are going to get right to that breaking news in the Bronx. Police are investigating after shots were fired in a subway station. We're told this involved the northbound 4 train. Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis is live with what he has been learning. Good morning to you, Marcus.
Good morning, Michelle. Well, that service suspended for a time overnight on the 4 train.
Can I just say something very important about those bridges going up to the rail? They are very ominous. I always feel like I'm going to get jumped every time I walk up and down them. Like, especially if it's like late at night. Oh, I feel so like I rush out of them, and my eyes are just constantly scanning around.
While police conducted that investigation, show you some video of police on the train at the platform of the Fordham Road station, one stop up. But police say this happened actually on the 183rd Street station. There was a report of shots fired. It was unclear whether this was from the platform or on the train itself. It was in the rear of the train. There were some shell casings found on the ground. There were passengers on the train. However, no injuries reported and no arrests at this time. Again, the train was stopped and held for a time. Northbound 4 service is
I will ever get used to
running
the homelessness in
again,
New York.
though with some delays. And again, police continue this investigation after shots
That
fired.
was really off. But I mean, when I was bloody homeless, it still was scary. Especially because I wasn't so disheveled at that point that people still thought that like they could get money from me. So I was homeless. I was like, dude, I'm the same as you right now. Could you leave me the fuck alone? Especially because I hadn't slept at that point in so long. Christ. Oh, police arrest subject for the one in Carolina.
And police have arrested one person in connection to that mall shooting in South Carolina. Police arrested a 22-year-old Juwayne Price. 14 people were hurt in that shooting Saturday at the mall in Columbia. 9 suffered gunshot wounds. The rest were hurt when they were trying to flee the mall.
Never
Some
heard
of the
that name
injuries
before.
included broken
Juwayne.
bones and a head injury.
You seen blood?
Hell, when I see this, I would say Juwayne. You know?
On the floor, you saw people on gurneys, you saw people with bandages on them, and I saw multiple people with gunshot wounds. The only thing I'm thinking is my children. They're home and I'm in a mall in a shootout.
Oh, my goodness. Investigators do not believe the shooting was random, and at last check, only one victim remains in the hospital recovering. The rest have been released. Police have arrested.
That's something at least. All right, I don't want to really watch any more of this. Well, we can go to Fox 5. Soho Karen, guilty of felony hate crime but avoids prison. So-called Soho Karen pleads guilty on Monday in connection with falsely accusing black teenager of stealing her phone at a New York City hotel bank in 2020. Under deal, pleads guilty to 1 felony, 2nd-degree unlawful imprisonment as a hate crime, and 1 misdemeanor, aggravated assault. 2 years probation at her home in California. She's also already serving probation there for an unrelated case. Required continued counseling to avoid further interaction with the criminal justice system. If she term probation, she'll be allowed to withdraw a felony plea and pleads a misdemeanor time served. If she violates, she can face up to 4 years in prison. As a black man, misrepresented as outrageous behavior. As a black man, I've personally experienced racial profiling countless times in my life, and I sympathize with young male and victim in this instance. District Attorney Alvin Bragg said in a statement, this plea ensures the appropriate accountability for Miss Ponsetto by addressing the underlying causes for her behavior, ensuring the conduct does not reoccur. She was in the lobby of the Arello Hotel in Soho in December 2020 when she got into a confrontation with Keon Harold Jr., 14, accused him of stealing her phone. Recording and posting online by his father showing very agitated Placento demanding the teen give her his phone. Released a security camera video frantically grabbing at Harold to try to get away from her. Her phone was found soon after in an Uber. Police initially arrested Placento. Yeah. I remember she was constantly going like, okay, I made a mistake. Yeah, she went on a talk show and she just looked like the most entitled cunt. True cunt. It was insane. So she needs to actually just be sat down and go, you're not getting out of here until you understand why what you did was wrong. Not just what you did, but why what you did was wrong. And you can't just blow it off. That's also from New York. Jesus, woman suspended body found in duffel bag in Queens. Brooklyn man, that's the same story as before. Baby dies after fentanyl exposure. Another Brooklyn man is charged with manslaughter. Good old Brooklyn. Isn't that where Asterios lives? New York issued COVID warning. Cases on the rise again. Could recreational marijuana sales affect medical patients? Maybe. Rescue woman from Central Park Reservoir. 400 pounds of meth, cocaine, and heroin found in toolboxes destined for the US. Online puppy scams on the rise. Aww. Study: 1 in 5 NJ motorists drive distracted. I'd have thought that number would be a bit higher. 4,000. It's a lot of the same stories because it is the same city. I'm surprised they say Russia invades Ukraine because the way he said it, it's more the way they go on about it, like Tucker Carlson. He's more like trying to constantly support him. Magic mushrooms for therapy? Yes. Veterans helping sway conservatives. We're trusting God to help us. Pastor of church destroyed by tornado. Still goes ahead with Easter service. Okay, that's some biased right there. What? Texas hopes this giant traffic cone snake will help you hit the brakes. Oh, it's made out of old traffic cones. That's cool, I guess. Reminding you to don't drive like I do when I'm driving trucks. Ocean Candy, Middlesex, Mercer. Freeze Watch. Oh shit. I forget what county I was usually in. Never really cared about that. I also got something else to eat. I got nothing but time. So fuck it. Let's. Oh,
especially present day people give it credit for. And I think honestly, like one of the big problems that we have right now, and I talked about it a little earlier in the stream, is that
TJ.
we sort of like have started trying to like overtly reject the idea of spinning modern mythology. Right. You know, and I think that I think we do kind of need that grand.
I don't know the context.
Yeah. You know, shit.
Not gonna watch much of this, just until I'm finished eating, because well, yeah, I don't need to.
Like water is dry, and be like, no, it's actually wet.
Anti work. Yeah.
Your humility for hideous.
I'm just waiting now for TJ to actually.
WO, man. Black supremacy porn.
Is that Paul?
Character he's ever done.
Oh God! Look at Paul. Early. Fucking Paul. Prior beard, prior hair. Was he living in Texas at this time? Jesus Christ.
Part 6, which is the final part. One of the first comments I got on part 6 was a comment from a subscriber of mine by the name of Evan Callium. I think that's how it's pronounced. He said, better if you were just to get up and get it a piece of cheese. I know that would make me feel better. Wouldn't that make you feel better, Id?
I don't know. It's supposed to come in strong.
I'm looking for the one where he's actually starts talking to the dude.
Thank you. Yeah, I only have 2 chapters that are ready for any.
Are there not a bunch of folks near him that can do amazing face paint? Oh no, he absolutely loves. Yeah, his wife Chelsea, she could do that for him. But he just likes the sort of weird tribal war paint. Crazy guy in the trash pile look, and I think it looks good on him.
Yeah, being a patron is also very helpful. Just that. I think we have Corn Pop. Can you
That was a perfect time. was perfect timing.
Why this doesn't work. All right, I will add the wet fart sound on my board. I'm gonna.
Okay. I like
Hey,
the.
Ben, how you doing?
Here we go.
I'm doing. How are you, TJ?
Good. So I got Scuba My Steve here. He's got a YouTube channel. I've linked it down in the description below if you guys want to check it out.
Steve.
He's made some videos critical of me. He made a bunch of videos critical of Kyle Kalinske. Kind of got a little hate boner.
They
for
say
Kyle
I'm
going
obsessed.
on. A little obsessed, maybe.
Yeah,
you
maybe.
know, we all got our fucking. I had my people that I did that too back when I was like starting out. Like, oh yeah, got it. Fucking, I hate that motherfucker. He's always wrong. Always wrong about every fucking thing.
He
Why
didn't
doesn't
link
anyone
it though.
see
He just
how
put
wrong
it.
he is? You know.
There are certain personalities that can arise on.
What the hell I have to do?
It's the juices flowing. I realize it sounds really sexual, but I swear to God, it's not.
There's
He's
something
pretty
about
big.
It, you know, like,
yeah.
God, I just see him there making all his terrible takes. Oh, some in my
I was listening
balls
earlier.
starts to tingle, you know.
Yeah. I was listening earlier to the fart noises. Hopefully, I can do better than that. But we'll
Finally
see.
got some pastries.
Someone
Nice.
asked me to put a wet fart on my soundboard, and I tried to do it, but apparently there's something weird with the software. Who cares? It doesn't matter. But anyway, so yeah, you do a channel. What is your channel primarily about? Just to like give people an idea.
It's mostly a politics channel.
Right.
You know, and
but
it's
from
not anything
from what
specifically.
perspective though?
Oh God, that's a good question. I land somewhere between the libertarian and neoliberal.
Okay.
I used to identify as libertarian, but I was never like one of those crazy stop signs or tyranny libertarians.
He liked he sounds like Luca. I just thought living in a town would have the works. I love paying some piece. Yeah.
Libertarian on foreign policy, so I'm definitely more on the neoliberal side of it, I guess you could say.
You're more like a hawk, right?
I am more hawkish.
Yeah. Like hold on. Might as well. I love TJ, but I'll watch that on my own time. You guys should do. Let's see which one. I don't want it to be too. Jesus Christ. This is impressive.
Very on theme with today's video. Cooking Diary are actually having
Just sort of Sophia Turner vibe to her.
in-game event. There will be lots of exciting Halloween related.
All right. Get to the actual.
Applying that into the inner corner on my lower lash line. I feel like this kind of just pulls the whole look together. And then lastly, I'm applying some mascara to my top and bottom lashes, and that is the finished look.
I like it.
Now the next look is this really cool, almost like superhero with lightning powers kind of character. I absolutely love this. This look is inspired
It looks like that meme. You should kill yourself.
By James Charles. I like to call her Electra. That's the kind of superhero name that I think I would have if I was a superhero. So for this look, you definitely need some blue face paint to create the base and the canvas of the look. I feel like doing
I like this look here.
lighter someone any makeup. This is the finished outcome. I think this is really cool. I feel like I could have perfected it a little bit.
Yeah, I like
made
that.
the white portions a bit neater, but I really like the overall look of it and how it turned out. Alright, the next look I'm really excited about because it actually incorporates a face mask, which I think is very appropriate for these times that we're living in. This is the Pennywise mask, and you know what? Let's start taking face masks to our advantage. At Halloween, I don't think we should see it as like a nuisance. We can actually make something really cool out of it. So the first thing you want to do is you want to apply some white face paint to the top half of your face. You don't really need to do it to the bottom because let's just say it's going to be covered anyway. Next, I'm taking my Color Burst palette once again, and I'm using the red shade.
I don't like her voice. Not because she's English. There's just something about it that's a little bit off-putting, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But she is really talented at what she's doing. I like that. She kind of reminds you of Domino from what's the name of the game? The Marvel. She is Roxasaurus. Okay. Roxasaurus. Neat. Okay. I can't sit on this chair anymore. I can't sit on this chair anymore. I am in a lot of pain. I regret bringing this chair out here. I guess I still can't sit in it. I'm gonna wolf down the rest of this and get back into bed because apparently that's the only place I can sit with a level of comfort. I'm gonna say this though, I sat on it for a long time, a few hours before I could handle it no more. But yeah, this is going to hurt like a motherfucker. Ah. Reminds me of Ghost from Modern Warfare. Ugh. Okay. This is gonna hurt like so much. Fuck me. Ah. Yeah, no more of that chair. It's not worth it. I'll find a chair. Some poxin point. For now, it's going over here. The difference is right now I'm okay. I'm okay right now. Just standing up, having all my nerve endings reset, and it's just holy fuck. But hey, that's what that goddamn new chair is gonna be all about. Ergonomics, baby. Ergonomics. Ooh. I almost wish I could bring my lounger in. That'd be convenient. Oh, now I've got to move I gotta move my bed. At least it's not in the way now. Well, it was nice to feel like a normal person for a few seconds. Hey. Oh. Ugh. Moving the bed, still revealing some new and occasionally interesting, but mostly unpleasant ones. On the plus side, I found the lighter. And it works. Fire. Oh. Ugh. What's wrong? Yeah, I've got a sciatic nerve. I was sitting around for so long in a chair that was really, really bad for me. That chair, that, well, all I had to do was just run a little bit every day or just stay a little bit more active, clean the place up, move some things, whatever. Just walk around the apartment a little bit and I wouldn't be in this situation. I'm in this situation. It's right. The main focus of it is right above my left ass cheek. So I can't sit down. Can't put that much pressure at all on it. So sitting down in that chair is the worst decision. I tried to bring in a dining chair from out in the kitchen, and the problem with that is that that dining chair has a really bad back. For me, anyway, because I've got a really bad back. I was poor as a kid and I had a bad back. Oh, but look, none of that matters. Boo! Ghost face! Ah! Save me! Red, white, and blue! Save me! Ah! All I can see is a patriotic rainbow! Alright, let's pop this away. I can't wait to be able to do anything really. You got it worse than me, man. You can't hide from the pain except for with drugs. Now, for the record, I can hide from the pain with drink. So there's that. My friend Claire has been suffering with back pains all her life. Said I should get some cold things for it rather than hot. We'll see how that works out. All right. Well, I'm back here in the bed, which was nice while it lasted. Be here for the next one. Okay, lady. If I wasn't already in enough pain, I like the pumpkin. Come on. Right. So, what I'm going to do now is we are going to watch, as it is suggested, some good old-fashioned Shiny for Christ, the ultimate train wreck.
So we don't waste any electricity.
Yeah. Where the fuck are they?
So, Pat Booty Booty.
We did not die, but I'm alone right now because Shanny's in the hospital.
Help me!
Aww.
I'm waiting to get this car off the train tracks, and then I'll be going to the hospital to see Shanny with the boys. So that's where we're at. So please pray for us, okay? God bless.
Baby, you don't know.
I'm fucking panicking.
What you do to me.
I'm fucking panicking. I'm panicking. I'm fucking panicking.
We have just the weekend to get the fuck out of the house. They just gave us the fucking weekend! What the fuck am I gonna do?
I'm fucking panicking. I'm fucking panicking. I'm panicking. I'm fucking panicking.
Why would I react this way? My heart.
Your lady friend help you a bit, but yeah, she can help out. Mostly, she just ensures that when I get up, I've got someone to lean on for a few seconds until the nerve. There's really not much else to do. Moving is the key thing here. It will go eventually because it's being a lot better than it was at the start of this. At the start of this, I couldn't even leave the bed. But if this keeps up by the time I get back, say by the end of the month, 2 months, okay, that's when I get really worried and I have to go and see the doctor. But I'm not worried so much as I am just a bit annoyed. It's given me a few opportunities. Like if you could see my room now, it's definitely, well, you can't really see good chunks of it. definitely a massive improvement.
It feels like a fucking can crinkling.
I'm fucking panicking.
That's how my heart feels when it comes to blood. It feels like a heart crinkling.
Panicking.
Know how the goddamn system works. I've been in it too long and I'm angry.
So she got fired from her first job. She laid up in the bed for months doing nothing but drinking alcohol and crying all the time, making everybody miserable. Mostly what she was crying about was because Jason wasn't fully her boyfriend at the time. This is why I couldn't believe, when she finally did get him. I couldn't believe it when she finally did. But she wanted him because he was a millionaire and she knew she wouldn't have to work anymore.
I know.
Yep. She is. Shadi is just not nice. Just not a nice person.
He's not gonna like this. I know he's not gonna like this, but if this is the last video that I have to make for you, I want it to be this one.
Had static attacks, painful and
I'm just gonna
practically
pour my
defeat.
whole.
And use heat, sodium and rub downs. Done right really help. Yeah, they're short, but they sting. Um, it's like a very awkward nerve to have this in. But you know what? It's not the end of the world. It's awkward, but it's really not so bad. My cough is almost completely gone. My sneezing is almost completely gone. So all the, I'm really not as bad as I could be. This whole thing with the sciatic nerve, I have no idea how it happened beyond just me being atrophied. But it'll pass. It has to pass. I just have to remember to do everything I can to help it. Oh, the rubs are always worth it. But I don't think I need this to convince her to rub me down. I know what I said.
Whole heart out with this. My whole heart out for him. It's just you've had my heart for a really, really, really long time. You've
That's
had my
creepy.
heart and you
That's
know it.
creepy.
You know it. You've had my heart for a really long time and I have had your heart for a really long time.
That's creepy.
Jason, you know it as well as I do. You're my favorite YouTuber.
Oh. Oh God. I can't believe that would be like someone saying I'm their greatest YouTuber. Look at me. But at least I'm not him. Like, share, and subscribe.
You're my favorite YouTuber.
Donate to low
I
energy
watch
videos.
every single one of your videos. And I think
Check out the Discord
I think I'm
and
your
the
favorite
Twitch.
YouTuber too.
Oh my god! What was
I spent almost 5 years just bathing in your voice,
Creepy.
bathing in it, and hearing the Holy Spirit come out of you and just swimming in that. You perfect vessel.
Oh my god.
You perfect vessel.
I'm gonna try it. Alright.
You perfect vessel.
And me, Mary Magdalene, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Focus on the drive now. Okay.
He would get so fucked up on pills. So fucked up on pills, and then he dropped. I remember it. Oh my God. I remember one where he had this huge splurge for as long as he could. Then he just stopped the car, got out, and just vomited everywhere. Oh, those were the days. I get mine from pan and stone here. Ugh.
Shanny, join me. Father in heaven, we believe your protection
Creepy, creepy. Sad, creepy, and really pathetic.
is around us in Jesus' name.
Why do you think I want to move to Scranton?
Why would anyone want to
Just for
move
a
to Stratford?
chance. Just for a chance of just running into you. Just that chance, that random
Is she trying to be
occurrence.
sexy there?
Running into you. And maybe something would happen between us.
Creepy.
Something. All I
See, it's
want from you is
creepy.
something. Because I would do anything for love. Just a chance at it.
That look would
Just
be
a
good on
chance.
literally any
All I
other
want
woman.
is just a chance. It's not asking for much. It's not
Mother
asking for
Teresa
much. It's just a
pull that off better
chance.
than her. In her current state.
Of finding something real. And I feel it with you so much.
I just ate.
And I just wanted her new husband to know that he needs to stop threatening us. I mean, threatening a 62-year-old man who had his knees replaced and has to take blood thinners. And his heart isn't doing too well either. He happens to have AFib. You don't want to know what I think about you right now doing that. You don't want to know. But I can let it go.
Stuff.
Because I can
Look
take
at all the
a little
stuff.
bit of pleasure in the fact that you're going to find out the hard way. And I'm not going to say I told you so, but you're going to hear it in your head. You know, the only justice out of this is that Jason's going to find out on his own what she's all about.
I don't have any support. I don't have a mom. I don't have a...
Musky. Musky smell. A rich musky smell, like a cat.
dad. I don't have family. I'm the
No.
matriarch of the family. I'm the one who essentially wears the pants in the family. I'm the fucking most responsible one in this fucking house. He'll agree with that, believe it or not.
The most responsible?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I go along with that. Yeah.
See,
I'm the one. I'll be
he's
like.
got very childish type things.
Yeah, and my surroundings fucking reflect that. It's true.
What
I was just
a
looking at
utter.
He's a little.
What a utter. Oh my god. Oh. This is back when some people still felt sorry for Rev. Like, nowadays, that's all been burnt out. But at this time, people were still like, "Oh, Rev, we feel like, dude, you could do better. Like, go away, leave her, dump her." That's a bridge that's burned. Uh,
Boy, but I love
Yeah.
him regardless.
I love you too. You think more. That's true. I'll give you
you
that.
think about yourself more, exclusively about yourself.
You know, I make sure the bills are paid every month.
Yeah.
How well did that work out for
Yeah,
you?
you're mindful too, but I'm like, I make sure.
You make sure.
How did they fuck that money up? Very easily. They spent it because they didn't quite gather that it was a finite resource and it would one day go away. Go away. Leaving them with nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's done.
You're very the rudder. I said to people, you're my rudder on the boat. You steer the boat.
Yeah, I'm the leader.
You're good at it. You're good at steering the boat.
I'm the fucking leader.
One pathetic sob story later.
But I also have these marks on my boobs that don't heal ever.
No.
And I also need to get tested for that. I need to get a
No.
fucking mammogram for my fucking breasts because I probably have fucking cancer too on top of every fucking other thing. I'm facing my mortality alone. And my heart, it feels like a fucking pan crinkling. That's how my heart feels when it pumps blood. It feels like a heart crinkling. And
I can't work. I have to get an MRI for my fucking brain because I'm pretty sure it's fucking Swiss cheese in there.
Yeah, your mom said that, which means you must have had tons throughout your life. See, I don't think Shani was ever capable of looking after herself. So and if she lived in a better country, I think she would have been able to be, I don't know, rehabilitated is the word. Someone would have taken care of her to curtail her worst elements, you know? Going back to what I said with Red Eye, you know? It's a shame that like the real issue is that you deserve better from your support networks. You don't have to resort to spending money the way you do. I actually can't work. I wish I could. I don't think Shani could either. I think she'd have a hissy fit at orientation because it was like early in the morning. This is also what I was talking about. This right here is a great example of somebody who can't, who just didn't understand that life is going to be hard, but you still got to do it anyway. There's limits, but she's not a victim of anyone but herself. And bad genetics, I suppose. But she is her own worst enemy. She's so desperate to claw a life that where she can just, she's just basically what wants what I have right now, which is just lounging in bed, getting all the food that she wants, all the probably the drink that she wants, and all the praise that she wants, without ever having to lift a finger day in, day out, day in. She wants the Jabba the Hutt lifestyle. But even Jabba had to work for that shit. I don't see you with a Rancor. I see you with a Bib Fortuna in the. Oh, not Bib. What was the name of the tiny. Augusta, you're good with your Star Wars. What was the name of the tiny laughing bug? Like a rat monkey that Jabba had. He used to always laugh like, that's Rev. Bib Fortuna would probably be G-Man, I think, if any of them. Because he's the one that constantly tries to bail them out. Probably because sex, I guess. See, this is why I don't feel bad about my leg. Or the fact I didn't get any donos on this last night and probably won't on this trip. It's because I'm not these motherfuckers. I'm not Brett Keane. I'm not Vorn. I'm not Jared. I'm not Cobes. Salacious Crumb. Yes. I knew it was just a weird ass name.
This is a goddamn MS that I need to get fucking all the fucking tests for testing for breast cancer, MS, and heart disease. I know you can't do it, but this is something I have to take those tests, Jason. And I know what they're gonna lead that. I know what it's gonna say too. I already know what it's gonna say. It's gonna say I have all of that.
Okay.
I can't walk! You know, it used to be I was able to walk a little to be able to go from one area to another. Now I can't even do that! What the fuck am I gonna do?
I don't know. Get off the camera.
I gotta go down.
Here's a genuine question. I don't know if anyone knows. Does she have any friends? Like actual friends? Did G-Man count? Because they've had falling outs before. Like a lot of people who are really bad still have friends. And that's actually kind of, hold on. I'm gonna post in my Discord so we can show it in detail. Yeah, it's not doing it justice, but the night here is very pretty. I mean, you can see the color on my face, but it's cresting over the tractor shed here, and it's very pretty. Bap, bap. There, post it up in the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, come join the Discord.
I can't breathe. I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Toast, Bundy, Parker, don't know who that is, Dragnut, and X. Jesus.
Help me. I need something to drink.
She's so unpleasant. She's like just pure vileness. It's actually kind of impressive. It's like she looks the way Jared is, you know? She acts the way. I'd like to see her on those sort of like fat to fit sort of TV shows where like those two like morbidly obese twins, and they had like the instructor telling them to how to cut down food and such. Um, I'd like to see her there because she just would give up straight away. It's hard.
I'm so helpless, Jason. I can't even walk. What the fuck am I gonna do?
I just remembered Worf in Star Trek when Q's like, "What can I do to prove I am now mortal? Die. What am I gonna do?" I don't know. I think Worf said it.
Right here and pull that fucking trigger.
Jesus, I was kidding.
I took care of you. Spent $700,000. That's what you.
$700,000. Well, dude, in all fairness, you're the one who let her spend 700,000. It was your money. You could have said no. You didn't because you're fucking spineless and sad in your own right.
Oh, really? All these games you bought, all this fucking stupid technology we don't need you bought. Yeah, I set him.
You stuffed your ass and he bought games. He at least in theory could resell the fucking games. Which he ended up doing. He ended up selling off the games. I remember he actually had a pretty impressive collection of Sega games.
My ass cooking and cleaning for you, busting my ass off for you. Clean. I did everything. Oh, you sat on your ass, did nothing for 3 years. Yeah. That's what you did. Yeah, okay, Jason. Okay, Jason. That's not true, but you keep saying it.
Yes, it is. Because you're dumb enough to have your life completely on display 24/7.
If he's really going to complain for me getting $800 worth of makeup when he told me to, and clothes and food, and say that's the reason why we have no money.
No, $700,000 is why you don't have no money. Like I've never seen 700,000. I've been in houses that are worth that much. I've been in aircraft that's been worth that much. I've been in cars that have been worth that much. I've never had that much money in my life. This is the thing with Americans, you guys taking loans out and getting dollars. Like, Jesus Christ. This is probably the most expensive thing that remotely has a tangential connection to me in my life. It's like the most I've ever held in my hand at any given time was 10 grand. That's it. I don't I honestly don't know how people like them could get that much money. I can imagine how quickly they could spend it. I'm actually surprised it took them 3 years, which is some of the thousands of dollars they just left because it was too inconvenient to pack. And they left tons of shit there, literal shit. I mean, they're always the victims. They're all in their minds. They're always the victims, always at all times. Von Helton getting a glitter bomb makes him more of a victim than you are.
Money without ever looking into all the fucking stupid shit he buys. Everything I get is practical and has reason.
How much? How much? How much did she eat? I think Cobes might be eating more, but he gets a lot of his stuff for free from the guests, from his fans. Hell, I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably, if I was in like an urban setting, I'd probably have like a food list down there at the bottom. You know, the not the DoorDash, the Just Eat sort of thing, like Shabby or Girl Does Rant has. Probably wouldn't help my weight, but it would definitely make dinner more interesting.
I don't. You're just mean. You're just mean just to be mean. I don't care. I know you don't care. You don't care about me. You spent all my money. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. I was literally telling you stop buying this stuff when we knew the money was running out. Would I be moving around if you're asking come to me in fucking Pennsylvania from Minnesota when you pushed yourself into my life? I pushed you in. Yes, you.
They uploaded this. They uploaded this. I just why? Why did they upload this? Why did they think this was a good stream? I wouldn't care. Like if I was in the middle of a stream with Lady, and for example, she suddenly told me, "Hey, I'm not. Look, can we talk? I don't want to talk on camera." And I'm like, "Oh, sure, yeah." And I don't care if I'm talking to two big YouTubers or whatever. Like I'll just go like, "Sorry, something's come up. I'm gonna have to reschedule this. I know. I apologize. Blah blah blah, and all that stuff." I'd go through the motions, and then I'd ask her what was up. But it would never reach that level even because, quite honestly, with you, if we have issues, we talk about it. We talk about it very openly, but not on camera. I'd never record fights I'd have with my partners. I'd never like talk about drama like this. I'd never get into a shouting match. Hell, I had to edit out one or two things on Paddy's Day because because lady wore this huge ass skirt and occasionally it would flick up and her pants would be on display for a little while. And I was like, that's not painting her in a good light. And she said, no, that would be fine. I wouldn't care. And I was like, oh, well, fair enough. But I just, I took a call and she didn't care and I didn't care. But I was worried what like she probably wouldn't want people to see her underwear just randomly on the internet because she has a life that would might be affected by it. These people have nothing but the internet. It's so weird. And this is coming from someone who spent the last day and a half going on 2 days in front of the camera nearly non-stop. And I've got a good bit of tomorrow to do as well. Not the whole day. It's just they're so far down the rabbit hole they can't get out. And I'm always terrified that something like that would happen to me. Not in this particular case, but just because one day Law Orangey videos will probably come to an end. And I'd like it to not be because I'm getting evicted or getting sent to jail or being banned from every platform. I just wake up one day and I'm like, nah, I think I'm done with this. My God, my beard's soft. My beard's gotten so soft. It was so frizzy when it first came in. And now it's just kind of floofy. I love it. I'd like Lady to actually redo my beard. Not with like the dyes this time, but just reorganize it. Because it held pretty well. But I like it also loose as well. Starting to feel like dog fur, honestly. Big old floofy dog fur. Anyway, blah blah blah. Let's wrap this up.
Yeah. Jason, you always say this when we get in a fight. And then you come back and say, I'm sorry I said all these things to you. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're going to say sorry again.
Yeah, because you're probably going to run at me and try and punch me and beat me like you did last time.
You literally just tried to punch me.
Did you see my nose, guys? Yep. Did you see my eyes? Yep. She punched the shit out of me.
That's a lie.
No, it's not. You got arrested for it.
That's a lie and you know it.
Is that a lie?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not a lie.
Will you just stop this, Jason? I was asking people for money and you turned this into this big fucking fight.
I feel like you're pushing me away.
Yeah. Do you?
Wow, are you?
I would have done that when I still had money.
Aren't they just the best couple?
I'm not dumb. I'm with you and I love you and I'm sorry that I have this issue with the name calling bullshit.
I'm sorry I have this issue that a part of me, a tiny minuscule part of me, knows that you're terrible for me.
Or any never did. It was a God thing, us getting together. And I know that, and I'm really fucking sorry about the issues I have. I'm sorry.
If it was a God thing, you'd get on your knees and ask Jesus to stop doing this to you. And you'd actually apply the Bible.
How do I apply the Bible? Right, you mean prayer?
How about what Jesus tells you about how to treat others?
Yeah, I want to be like that perfect.
Then do it. Then do it.
Like me, who's always treated everyone with respect and love.
Sure, okay.
I just got this eviction notice that we gotta be kicked out of here
Bong
in a
bong
weekend and we're
bong
losing our
bong.
fucking car and everything all at once. I need fucking help. I don't know what to do. I'm fucking panicking. I've tried all I can. My fucking phone, they sent me a fucking shitty fucking phone and it's gone. I need fucking help. Someone help me.
Put me on, just shoot me for 1 second.
Here, you hold it. I'm fucking panicking. Okay? I'm fucking panicking.
This is proof. This is proof right here. Okay? That the Democratic Party has done nothing to help anyone. The government has done nothing to help anyone.
I'm
What?
gonna have a fucking heart attack.
There was some.
I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack. I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Stairwells are
Oh.
completely destroyed. Like I don't know if it would be cheaper to pay to remove this and replace it, or just to clean it. Okay, so I gotta hold my breath in here because I can smell this is where it's coming from. They've left the bathroom lights on and the vent here.
Good.
It's just god
Yeah.
awful. They haven't cleaned this litter box at all. I gotta open these windows. I feel like I'm getting some secondhand smoke.
Oh, icky.
And I'm unsure of what actually it is that I'm smelling in here. It's like body and like cigarette.
Jesus is going to talk about you in this scenario on Judgment Day, and you're not going to have a good report card. Because when Jesus Christ looks at you and be like, why didn't you stop the fight?
You think it's funny, you piece of shit? You think this is funny? LOL. You think this?
Yeah, but kind of. Oh God, yeah, she was in Cuba. There's another person I am 100% curious about, but not enough to go full in, and that's of course Foodie. She is so overweight. So overweight. Jesus Christ. Anyway, from mounds of shit to mere piles of shit. Elijah Schaefer and Steven Crowder, co-host, are now at the point where they make jokes about murdering trans kids. We'll watch nicer stuff after this.
This, which I'm well aware, I live here.
Yeah.
So do you, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we all have to put a trans kid and drag him behind a truck.
Yeah. How many trans kids did you kill this week?
6. They come with a toll tag.
Josiah, remind me, you told me you did 3. I did 4. I was trying to beat you this week.
Oh, not bad. That's pretty good.
This is what they say. Crowder's team's better at everything, whether it's views, it's, you got bits and writers, and then it's like, oh, can I not at least get the trans genocide on my side?
The Blaze ships us the better trans kids.
I feel really, really cheated.
It's a murder. You should talk to them.
I feel really cheated because I get My Patriot Supply ads and stuff. Meanwhile, you get Trans Kids to Genocide.
Trans Kid Supply. Yeah, it's a pretty good company.
My Trans Kids.
They come in a tackle box. It's like a half dozen. And you kill them any way you want. It's pretty good. It's only in Texas, though, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
I didn't know that because I've been killing them everywhere, so I better stop.
Yeah, I started in California. Talk about the Trail of Tears.
Yeah,
I did version 2. It's a new movie.
Yeah.
12 Years a Slave. I've been doing it for 28.
Yeah.
I
just thought you were supposed
to. At least they fed their slaves. Mine are all.
Very true. The correct response. Yes. Well, yeah, they would. Very true. Why is Vosh trending? Oh yeah. Voss makes jokes about Harry Potter woman. Black, be the only black kid, the only queer one, made me feel very alone. Turn to YouTube. No. I like the idea of us increasingly. Oh, spell so free. Oh yeah, I remember this one. I like the idea of just constantly uh beating down bad takes. I think it's amazing. Good old whoosh. Don't ever change. Naked cat coconut daddy. Oh yeah, there was a Doctor Who Easter special. Oh, that's awesome. I've done that. They're quite delightful. I should be actually careful on my Twitter. I follow a lot of half naked to fully naked females. They're very nice. They're very pretty. Wait, what?
So I guess what I'm asking you fundamentally is, do you think there's a difference between a good thing and a bad thing, or a good argument and a bad argument?
I don't think there's a difference. I don't think there's a difference between good hate and bad hate.
Okay.
I think that's where our disconnect is.
So
You think it is okay to not empathize with Nazis and to hate them, and I don't.
A slave's hate for his master, then, is to you the same as the master's hate for his slave?
No. To say they're the same, they're not the same because you just changed the roles, so they're not the same at all. Of course they're not.
That's hate.
I'm saying
both cases there's hate between them. Is that not the same?
that's not a fair question.
Is it?
Yes, it is. It's a 100% fair question. You just have to say yes to the same level of hate by your own logic that you just set. Like, I don't have empathy for white supremacists because I used to be one. I have understanding of how that rabbit hole falls down. And I have empathy of those who want to change, but those who don't want to change, why should I care about them? Why shouldn't I do everything in my power to try to remove any access they have to hurting other people and forcing them to come to terms with horrible decisions that they make? Because it's with the exception of those who were raised by like the fucking white dragon from Peacemaker, you know, that level of white nationalism, you have a choice. And hell, Peacemaker isn't even racist. He has very odd views, but they're not racist views. They're just poorly informed views that are easily corrected, which is kind of how you want your sympathetic right winger to be. Kind of like Hank Hill, actually. I'm thinking of it. Like he had some ideas, or even not even ideas. He just didn't think about these things. He didn't even know what some of them were. And then people put forward ideas, and sometimes he was like, "No, that's stupid." Other times he actually agrees with them. I always go back to media as comparisons. I never like. I need to stop focusing so much on media as a good comparison. But yeah, I don't feel sorry for right wing. I don't think that they, especially if they're in a position of power where they're trying to actively hurt people, like all the anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-abortion bills that are being passed. No, I think they need to feel bad about themselves every day. And if it results in one of them putting a gun to their head and pulling the trigger, I'm not going to feel bad about it. I think they could do something more productive with that pain, like analyze it and process it. Instead, they'll probably just get abusive towards their spouse and start using substances that then they'll probably try to push anti-laws against, like saying that weed is bad, but then going on constant trips to Colorado as a fact-finding mission. um, well, I don't. I mean, white supremacists are indeed just people, but they've taken a really bad stance on things. So, all sympathy goes out the window.
I thought you just said that all hate is the same. I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
No, I said I don't think there's a difference between good hate and bad hate.
I feel like your association between hate and empathy is tenuous at best. I think it's possible to hate something while still being empathetic. In fact, I think empathy can actually enhance hate to an extent because it demystifies the person and it makes you more familiar with, or at least more receptive to, why they might be what they are, which can only throw the terrible nature of their choices further into the limelight. I don't think
Okay,
there's
so
necessarily
do you have empathy for white supremacists?
There are a bunch of characteristics associated with empathy, some of which I feel for white supremacists and some that I don't. So empathy in that I understand they're humans with fallible decision-making systems.
Yeah.
Empathy in the sense that I know if born in the wrong family in the wrong time, I could have had the beliefs they have. Certainly.
Yeah.
But
empathy, you care about them.
Yeah, I have to. You have to change their minds. But empathy, I think to you, I think you can have empathy for the Nazis as you bombed Dresden, I think that you could have empathy for the slave master while you break, his farming tools over his head and steal his clothes. I think you could have empathy for your oppressor as you slaughter them. I don't think, to me, maybe my definition of empathy is different from yours. It's a consideration of their humanity. But humans do things sometimes that make them worthy of death, at least in open conflict. I mean, if not through the judicial system. So we have different definitions, definitely.
Yeah, but that's not, I don't think that's much of a hindrance. I don't believe that people do things that make them worthy of death. I don't believe in the death penalty.
Not judicially, I agree with you. I think there are better ways there. But, if Auschwitz-Birkenau is being staffed by Nazi guards who will open fire when Allied soldiers approach, I don't see any reason why it's morally wrong to crack a few off before you even approach the camp. Or knowing, for example, that there are supply lines that are, feeding the Western Front that you could bomb and save yourself the trouble in the long run. There are plenty of things that you could do that are justifiable and involve death that are not judicial in nature. Warfare, the Civil War. I mean, they started that war after all, kind of brought it on themselves a bit.
And I think it would be better to admit to yourself that you're probably killing a large number of people who don't really deserve to die.
No, I do. I do think that, for example, I wouldn't have felt any remorse if I was a Union man with Sherman's March to the Sea. And every time I'd see like a black family that was like having their shackles literally ripped from them, I would be like, yeah, here's vindication. Every time, a mill would be burnt down, well, then that's less food in their bellies. Every time a white flag started popping up everywhere, I'd be like, great, now I don't have to fight them. And every time they'd look down when you'd walk by, that would be literally, I would be vindicated with my actions doing that. But even if I didn't, let's say I read about it on the paper, I was stationed out in, say, fucking Indian country, and the war hadn't reached me, and I got a paper that was a few weeks old, and it's like Sherman's March to the Sea. I wouldn't be like, oh, is that we're monsters? No, I'd have been like, huh, well, that's what you get. Um, it would have been perfectly fine because of the context at the time. Dragging out the heads of towns in Germany and forcing them to dig the graves of the thousands of bodies of the concentration camp victims. Uh, And as they were doing it, they were screaming that they didn't know, they didn't know, they didn't know. I wouldn't feel bad if one of the other guards pointed their gun at one of them and shot them, other than, dude, that wasn't very professional. Because that person probably voted in Hitler, you know, and they would have known. It would have been impossible not to know, because you talk to so many Germans who were near the camps, they all knew. They all knew. So, no, no, I don't. If Putin, if Moscow was to fall, let's just say Russia starts a civil war and Moscow's surrounded, loyalists, Putin inside. He can't access the nukes. The nukes are being intentionally shut off one by one. Um, and you know the city's being shelled, but everyone inside is adamant to defend Putin to the last. Well, I don't care if one of them owns a muffin shop or likes the color orange. You know, they're people, yes, but they're bad people. ISIS is people, but every time I hear of a drone strike killing off 30 of them, I'm like, good. Now, is it ideal? No, it's our stupid monkey brains going, rah! Still, like,
Sure, but deserving there is kind of a tricky word. The better question for me is there a better alternative which hurts fewer people? And with regards to the Civil War, my belief there is no. I think that by the time the North committed to military action, that was the best possible option. And
Yeah.
likewise with
So
Nazi Germany. We should have started off way earlier with that one, in fact.
yeah.
so I understand that's your belief, but do you understand mine?
Well, I think that yours is inapplicable mostly. I don't know how you can make decisions if
Well, whether
you're
you think
always
it's stupid or naive, I'm asking, do you understand it?
understand
Do
your
you do you
prescriptions.
understand? Do you understand? Yeah. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand where you're coming from. I don't know how it can motivate your decisions though. Like I don't know what like choices it would lead a person to. Like how would it influence their behavior?
My behavior?
If you had control over things, I mean, if you had some meaningful power and you could influence the world. I mean, we all do, of course, in our own way, but maybe more. Um, there's never really the ideal option. There are shades of gray, and for me, it's just a matter of what the least gray shade is. I don't think there's an alternative. I feel that way about voting. I feel that way about ethics broadly. So, do I wish things could have been better? Sure, but I know that there's probably not much utility in fixating on that past the point of no return. Right now, we don't need to have a civil war in the United States, right? I mean, we don't have to, I suppose, but one might happen, maybe, and if it is, then we should be ready for it, shouldn't we? And if it's not, then we should do what we can to prevent it. But I don't think people are gunning for it as though it's a foregone conclusion, at least not yet. I
Well,
just
Fair
don't.
enough.
I just don't know. I mean, you can treat it all with compassion if you want. I distinguish critically between good things and bad things. I actually think that's a very very important distinction.
Yeah.
Um, and and
I think I don't as much.
right. Well, I guess that's a way of thinking of things. Sure. Yeah. With that in mind, though, I have no idea what kind of prescriptive statements you could ever make on any issue if you don't distinguish between good and bad things and just sort of ubiquitously believe all people deserve consideration regardless of the morality of their positions. I don't know where you'd go from there.
Yeah. Like, yeah, how do you stand up for anything if how do you go, hey, that's not cool, or hey, that's really cool? If you are like, well, another person might not think it's cool, henceforth, I, I always think there's like this almost universal despising of something. Killing a child, for example. But then I hear, and I don't want to hear any abortion responses there. But I mean like literally like a baby, a toddler, and someone just takes out a gun and just unloads into it. Like that's a bad thing. But then there's always going to be people who go, well, and they'll go into this massive diatribe of why, you know, of trying to justify it. And no, no, no. You can't justify it in a positive way, unless, of course, you support the idea of, say, shooting kids. No, what's this then?
Do you know that for The Last Jedi, to prepare for his role, Star Wars actor Mark Hamill aged 39 years to play the elder Luke Skywalker?
Oh, technically true. Some of those jokes don't really land, I always think. Oh my, The Perils of Looking for Love, Ireland, 1968. Well,
No, there are certain young men and women who, for some reason best known to themselves, send fake replies to marriage advertisements. A few months ago, a friend of mine from Rathkeale asked me to give him a plug in the Limerick Leader and told me to say that he wanted a wife. I did my bit, put my bit of writing in the Limerick Leader, explained the man's position, and after a while, the replies started to come in. Now, they were all bogus, but our friend, being a very innocent man, decided to act upon them.
ah, 60s catfishing in Ireland.
There was one in particular. It was a Limerick city address. He hires a motor car,
Hires a
gets
motor
into
car.
it, and goes off to Limerick. Arrives in Limerick and locates the house. Now, in front of this house, there's a 2-acre lawn, and it's an extensive, expensive lawn. The house itself is Georgian, and our friend starts to get a bit suspicious.
Ourself is Jordan. It's Georgian.
So he takes his courage anyway in his hands, and he walks up this long avenue up to the house,
Portage.
knocks at the door, and waits. Out comes this, well, middle-aged woman. Nice smile on her face, fine-looking girl, God bless her. I'm the
What a passive aggressive way of saying she's past her prime.
man, says our friend, that you wrote to with a view to marriage. Something told him at the time that all wasn't well, but he believed in miracles, and a miracle was his only hope of getting married. Stand there 1 second, she said, and I'll be back to you. He stood there. Well, she landed back after about 5 minutes with a big black thorn stick in her hand, and she let him have it. The first time across the head, the second time right under the butt of the right ear, and the third time in the small of the back. Now, our friend was no fool. He knew he wasn't welcome. So he decided to quit the scene as fast as he could. He was halfway down the avenue anyway when this big Alsatian came after him. The Alsatian got a hold of his pants, and only for the taxi driver having the foresight to have the car door open, his whole trousers and part of his anatomy would be gone.
Part of his anatomy, his arse. You can't say arse back in the 60s.
He gets into his car anyway and drives to the nearest chemist shop, and he was bleeding, and this is a fact, for at least 2 hours. Would you believe that? Well, I wouldn't believe in that now as well.
Look at them having a chemist single drink, you know? You could still get stout. And I don't get the point. The point is that he was catfished. So yeah. Girly. Live in a few hours. I'm not quite sure what to watch. Oh God, I'll watch something like that yet later. What? OG Geezer versus Wood Sonic full complete deleted stream. What the hell? I haven't seen Justin Wyoming in a long while. Recorded both OGs and Sonic versions of the fight, giving you Sonic's recording because he deleted it, and the guy OG handed his phone, did not record it well. Okay. Oh, I haven't seen in a while on this channel, or I haven't really been watching this channel anyway. Egypt Beauty.
Where's he at?
Okay, so where's this
Is
at?
he in this store?
Vegas.
Is
Okay.
he in one of these stores? Inside that store to the left? Over here? Right here?
Explain why you were fighting. Saved the spell by recording it right before Sonic deleted it. Was watching OG and Sonic at the same time. Managed to screen video because he deleted it. Reason found because they recorded action. Okay, but why were they fighting? $10 or less. Nice. I can get a T-shirt that somebody donated to charity, I guess. Ooh, a Raiders. I like the tie-dyes back there, actually.
What's up, pussy? You got a problem with me? Huh? You got a problem with me or no? Bro, why you always talking shit on me? I showed you nothing but love. I showed you nothing but fucking love. You wanna go fight or somewhere? You wanna put the cameras to the side or some shit? Alright, let's go.
The other guy seems so indifferent to it. Yeah, okay, I guess I'll go fight you. Yeah, fine.
I showed you nothing but fucking love, dude. I showed you nothing but fucking love, dude. Oh, you always want to talk shit about me, bro. Why? Remember, last time I was in Vegas, I was like, oh, gee, I want to fucking hang out with you. Touch me. No. Touch me. Yeah, exactly. You're that kind of fucking pussy. I can tell you're fucking scared, dude. What do you have? I don't have shit. I'm not a fucking pussy. I'm telling you, what the fuck is your problem? They always talking shit about me. I don't talk shit about you. Alright, that shit is bitch ass motherfucking shit, dude. You obviously not having
I'm more interested in all the advertisements. Would you get to the fucking fight already?
kind of energy right now, motherfucker. I'm glad you found me. You're a bitch, dude. I showed you love, dude. You treat people like shit, dude.
You said you'd love me. You said we'd be together forever. There doesn't know how he's fucking processing it. Okay, so he follows him like a fucking stalk. Now would you just get the actual fight?
showed you fucking love, dude.
Are you following me around?
No. I'm just trying. Yeah,
me,
of
huh,
course. You
bitch?
go straight to your fucking mace like a. You go straight to your mace like a little fucking bitch, dude. You go straight to your fucking mace like a little bitch, cause you're actually, cause you're fucking go scared.
Now you're running. Now hold on. You don't get to call someone a bitch while you're running away. Okay, if you're that much of a hard man that you're not freaked out about Mace, then you fucking lunge at him. What's your problem, buddy?
Fucking bitch. You want to square up one-on-one? Huh? You want to square up one-on-one? Then drop the fucking mace, huh? Drop the fucking mace, you fucking pussy. All you do is
God damn. Try harder.
talk shit. All you do is talk shit.
My
Drop
voice
the
is
fucking
going.
mace. Drop the fucking mace, pussy. Exactly. All you do is talk shit. OG Geezer, all he does is talk shit. Yeah, exactly. You don't run shit. I'm in your fucking city. You ain't gonna do
Where's
shit,
the
bro.
fight?
Yeah,
Where's
he's
the
stalking
actual
me.
fight?
He's stalking me. Fight me one-on-one, bitch. Fight me one-on-one. Drop the mace, huh? Exactly. You're a fucking pussy. OG Geezer's a fucking pussy.
Oh,
OG Geezer,
God.
don't do shit. Little pussy ass bitch. Yes, bitch! I'll beat the shit out you! Drop the fucking mace, pussy! I'll fucking beat the shit
These
out you!
geezer and the guy who's
Y'all fucking
crying
talk!
as he's shouting
You
is
know! OG
sucks.
Geezer, all he ever does
Okay.
is talk shit! OG Geezer, all he ever does is talk shit!
Oh, fucking
Exactly!
fight.
Yeah,
Massacre you, you fucking bitch. I swear to God, you know how close you
keep
are
fucking
to death.
clutching on
Just
that
fucking
bitch!
do it.
So close to death.
Do it.
Touch me. Touch
I
me.
hate how fights do. They never get this right in fucking TV shows or movies. It's all like, in reality, fights are just like this. They're just, yeah, yeah. Because there's no other way to put it. Both sides are fucking terrified. Even when you go as far as, like, fucking blindside someone.
Yeah, that's why you
I'm not
fucking
even
do.
that drunk, bitch. You're more drunk than me. I can massacre you.
Cause you have your fucking mace, dude. You're clutching. You're clutching on that fucking.
God, would you just
Exactly, bro. That's all you
fucking
do.
go?
Is you're clutching on that
Look at this. Look at the way he's just constantly holding it. This matters more to him than the fucking fight.
fucking mace like a little bitch. You're clutching on that fucking mace. You're clutching on that fucking mace.
Get the fuck out of my face, bitch. How about you get the fuck out of my face, bitch? Get the fuck out of my face.
Cause I know you're
bitch.
clutching on that fucking mace,
just
bro.
touched you, bitch.
Oh my god.
He's stalking me. Yeah, keep clutching on that fucking mace, bro.
Yeah, he is talking.
Fuck you, pussy.
And you keep going back to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what?
I ain't buying you shit. I ain't buying you shit. Cause you know you're gonna clutch on that fucking mace, bro. You're gonna clutch on your fucking mace like a little
This is just a standard afternoon in Vegas.
bitch. You're
The
gonna clutch on your
classiest
little
city
fucking
in
mace.
America. Classiest
Cause
city
I
in the
know you have your
world.
mace right there. Drop the mace. Drop the mace.
Drop the
Exactly. It's not gonna
fucking
be fucking
mace.
dropped. Yeah. Keep
Is he
hugging on that
spraying with the
fucking mace.
mace? Like, what
Go,
happens
go,
to
let's
the mace? Like,
Kick fucking rocks, I'm telling you. Right now.
Cause you're hugging on
woo!
that fucking mace,
Wanna
dude.
get slugged, bitch?
You're fucking hugging on that.
Ski mask was easy on you, bitch.
You're hugging on that mace, ain't you?
You want my body blows, bitch? Fuck. This is flat.
Wee!
Bitch. Get the fuck out of
You're
here.
hugging on your fucking mace. You wanna fight one-on-one? You don't.
Well, you don't, because you keep backing off. It's like watching two dogs fight that don't want to fight. That's barking and barking and barking, but always keeping their distance.
Hug on that fucking mace. Hug on your fucking mace, little bitch. You saw him hugging? You saw him collecting? You saw him clutching on that fucking mace? Drop the fucking mace. Oh wait.
Oh
You
my
ain't gonna drop the
fucking
fucking mace,
god.
dude. And it is what it is. You saw him clutching for his fucking mace. Like a little bitch.
Hate
I
this
was trying to
shit.
fight one-on-one.
I hate it.
Clutch on his base like a little bitch.
Oh,
Geezer
basic
doesn't run
bitches.
Hollywood for shit.
Look at all these blunt objects you could slap someone's head into. If you want to fucking fight, this place is your playground. Cold concrete floors, head smashing ballards. You could shove dirt in their mouth. Like, come on, man, get creative. Instead, you're like, Jesus doesn't run Hollywood for music.
He doesn't want to fight one-on-one, bro.
Hey, probably not. No one wants to
He
fight.
grabbed his mace like a little bitch. Obviously, if I roll up on him, he's gonna grab his mace.
How many times are you gonna say grab his mace? What battle?
No. You want to fight one-on-one? You want to drop that mace? All right.
Fucking.
Or you want to be cool with each other and stop being a little fucking bitch? You're the one always talking shit. You're the one talking shit.
Oh, shit, come
You
on,
want to
do
fight
it.
one-on-one? Let me
Do
drop my
it.
shit then. Let me drop my fucking shit. Let's go into the fucking alley one-on-one.
And they're drunk too. They should have
Exactly.
no
Let's go
inhibitions
into the
go at
alley
each other.
one-on-one. What about the alley one-on-one? You wanna, yeah, you wanna roll up on me with mace like a little bitch? Nah, he's the one talking shit.
I have all my homeboys out here, by the way, bitch.
There we go.
How about that, bitch? You fucking cunt. Want some of this, bitch? Yeah, go to the alley. Go to the alley, you know?
There, you got bitch slapped.
Go to the alley, you know? Huh, bitch? You know,
Progress. Actual progress. And notice he didn't respond back.
Cheap-shotted motherfuckers, dude.
No, come on, mate. Just fucking cry and go home. I don't even know why they're at each other's throats. Well, he's not. He was trying to back the fuck off.
You're cheap-shotted motherfuckers, dude. I can't. I have one fucking hand.
Oh, I've already got one hand. Oh, fucking hell. I think he realized. I think he's realized that he was a bit too mouthy on this one. This one Sonic dude is a little on the mouthy side.
I have one fucking hand, dude.
Down he goes.
Give me a fucking fair fight.
No, no, you're gonna get your ass kicked.
You're cheap-shotting me, bitch.
You're the one who
You're
started
not
this
giving me a
fucking
fucking
shit.
fair fight.
Now you're scared.
You're not fucking giving me a fucking fair fight.
You want me to drop you, dude? I don't want to get arrested.
I have a fucking shit in my hand, dude. That's not fucking fair.
Do it. Do it.
I'm already calling the cops on you. I'm already calling the cops on you. I'm already calling the cops.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hear that? I'm OG Giza. Dude, you fucking slapped around a pussy once. Don't think you're anything. Andy Dick. Oh my god. What's this Andy Dick? Gucci's Captain Content. Fucking hell, I want to know more about this. Tommy gets a lizard earring. What? No Egypt Beauty. Only use me blade. Proposed to his girlfriend. Oh no. Landon. Not Landon. Different Landon. Oh. Uh, Chicken Andy. I actually know who some of these people are. Wait, isn't Only Use Me Blade the guy who got absolute used to get constantly shit faced all the time and everyone kind of just left him? Oh, Gucci's, yes, yeah, I know her. I was remembering Alice Room. Yeah, what's that? Is that nearly a year ago now? Christ. Chicken Andy. Tommy Lowe, parents called the paramedics. What? Well, I got nothing but time, so fuck it. Like, I recognize one or two of these names. That's really about it. What am I feeling that Billy the Fridge was like 40% of the people here? Oh god, does he have mania? The cops have to be called? Chicken Andy and JJ use content spray to fight off attackers in Tampa? Fucking hell. Hey, I'm just gonna go to the toilet real quick. Who actually is still in the chat? Or just still watching, even if I'm just in the background? Give us a shout if so. Oh, my neck. Oh. How the fuck does Brett Keane do this? Ugh. Like the way he does it, he's lounging on his gut, looking right at the camera. Like, how does his spine not just warp? I suppose he's been doing it for years. Anyway, yeah. Anyone who's still in the chat, give us a shout out. It's getting late in the evening, but I'm still gonna go a little bit further. Like I said, around about 11, I think we're going to hop into Under the Covers. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. We're gonna read Fallout lore, or we're gonna listen to Fallout lore anyway. If you know what I mean. You know what I mean, are you? Right here, right now. Know what I mean? Ugh. God, the day flew by. The day really flew by. I've actually been out now for 12 hours. And actually, technically longer. I've been up for about 13 now. No wonder I'm starting to feel a little groggy. Right. I guess I'll go to the bathroom and do bathroom stuff. I don't want to get any more coffee before 9 o'clock, so I guess I'll also top myself up one more time with some caffeine. I'll have one of those fancy teas. Also, as always, guys, if you're enjoying it, like, share, subscribe. Help the channel grow by, help the Discord grow by joining it. Follow me on Twitter, where when I'm not doing stuff like this, I usually steal other people's content in a more Twitter way, which is somehow considered okay. But when I do this here, it means I'm not adding anything to it. Which I don't blame them on that front. And of course we have a stream goal. Just there. Anything given would be greatly appreciated, as the trip is on Wednesday. and I would definitely do it with the cat. Of course, if you want to wait a few hours, we're gonna have the Sleepy Boy stream after this. This will be the last stream. Woo! I can't believe I lasted till Monday. Absolutely insane. After I wake up though and talk to you guys for a bit, I'm probably going to end the stream on Monday. Of course, then in a few hours after that, you'll see me on Three Drinks Minimum. There's always okay. So restock ourselves one last time. Where did I put my coffee mug? And my tea mug here, which I don't need this much tea. Jesus Christ! We go to the toilet 7 times. Where? Coffee mug. You can't hide from me forever. Let's be outside. has returnulated. Well, not much else to do now but to close these blinds, put on a pair of PJ bottoms. Assuming I have any. The one out in the balcony is drying. Alright. I guess I go with them. Anyway, after this, then we can watch some of this stuff. Alright. Alright. Really.
Look, you know how we were in the sublime? Alright, chat. Alright, chat. Obviously, like, y'all, like, hate me. What? Us, come on! Shut up! Shut up!
Mace Company sponsor IP2. I actually bought the Saber Pepper Spray and keep my purse because on the videos. No joke. Oh, cool. Remember, I couldn't stand the attitude of Chicken Andy. That's what I recall from this motherfucker.
John! Hey-oh. Hell yeah!
Yeah. Yeah, this is bringing back memories.
No fingers, no case. This is the alley we die. No, you. No. Hey! John, you better back up. John. No.
Why?
Whoa. Hey.
Why?
Stop.
I wonder why. I
No.
mean, they're obnoxious as fuck.
No.
I get that.
Get away.
Just
It's legal. That's what we do. You want a bet? No. All right, I'm gonna go with my gun. It's not legal. Let me get my funds. If you want to do that for no reason, that's fine. Stupid. Get away. It ain't my wasting life, bro. I already told you to get away.
can't film me, bro. No, you can. No, get away. No, it's public. You can't film me, bro. Yes, we can. Get away.
Hackers plural?
No, you cannot. Get away. I told you multiple times to get away.
What's up with this guy's voice? Get away! Get away! I want to get away! I want to fly away!
Get away!
Get away! Get away, way. Some people don't like to be filmed, but guess what? If you're in a public place, you're allowed to film whatever the hell you want. You want to
get away!
Get away! Get away! Oh, nice. Oh!
Stay back. Don't do this. Don't do this, guys. What do you mean? This guy's been pressing us. Get away! Get away! I don't give a fuck how you make money. This guy's a pussy. That guy in the orange is a little bitch.
That's actually true. These people are a bunch of pussies, but you're the ones that fucking instigate. Actually, you white knighted for a random stranger that you just didn't like the look of. You didn't like the look of, so I don't know. Get away! Get away! Is there more? Is there more? Is there more? I don't know if there's more.
Yes, everything's okay.
Oh, Gucci's, yeah. Gucci's like friends with Andy Dick.
We were going home. Those guys are gonna like try to make a deal. They're probably just like.
Gucci's rest of beer, literally too much content today.
Let's see what's happening over here.
Oh, this is, I don't know. I like how this hasn't really happened to Billy. It happened obviously with Zoltan. Doesn't really happen much often besides because he's a big dude. He's an imposing dude, right?
No, the guy was 3 times.
But people still fucking like try him.
Yeah, we
But
literally
with
walked
these
in the
scrawny
door, and
motherfuckers,
this guy came up. Sorry, fucking with. So there's two sides. Don't listen to those fucking things. Alright, we're going here. We're going. This is what we do. We walk down the street with a fucking camera. Yeah, we were chilling the whole time. You watched, right? You saw that. Nah, I seen you. Yeah. We told him to get away. We told him to back up and everything.
but you said get away.
This pizza's so good.
Yeah, we hanging out. Look.
Yeah, man, we in this bitch.
We'll kill a nigga for this pizza right here. Nigga, knock a nigga out by that shit. Come on. What it is?
They're probably gonna go home and rest really well and just like.
Real deal.
I gotta make sure, some scares
what?
are trigger happy with radios. I appreciate it. The orange star I came like this close. My friend pulled him made.
Very little much of a nothing burger going on there. Is there other channels like no? Andy Dick, Gucci's captain. Hit single shampoo witch. But what the fuck is any of that mean? I know who Andy Dick is. I vaguely know who. Oh, this is TMZ. Shit. Gucci. Hold on. Gucci's. Well, I'm gonna be smart and I'm gonna actually hit. Gonna make sure there's captain content. Gucci's YouTube. Dick City SNL. Dick City SNL. Dick City SNL. Dick City SNL. What? Hopefully I'm lucky. Hopefully I'm lucky. Okay, is she doing this ironically or is she like mentally ill? Stargab. Gucci's. Twitch streamer who's in her 20s. Find out all know about her in this post. Gucci's is that she's been involved in numerous debates far too many times now. Recent live broadcast, she was rescued by a police officer, according to a video. She was a major story. Who wrote this? This is weird. Major story in 2020 after she was assaulted sexually by knows only use me blades. Oh shit! YouTube movies about battering case that are popular right now. Gucci's YouTuber police officer knocking down her door while she was streaming. Creepy drunk in the video. She would kill herself. Was she raped? Real lost control of herself. Complained about the stream. Reasons to look into. First time she's caused a stir. Back in 20, sexually assaulted and got raped in a live stream. Hold on, he was later convicted of a rape charge. In addition, he even got his Twitch and YouTube accounts. Hold on, only use me blades. Is he in jail? I thought he was dead by this point. Only use me blades. Dead. Right off the bat. Only use me blades. Only use me blades or simply blade. Former Call of Duty commentator turned drunk streamer. He became popular. Could you imagine getting drunk on stream? Knife mechanics against his opponents. After a while sober since college, started heavily drinking in 2015. Was later terminated in 2020. Rivalry with OG Geezer, so the guy we saw prior. Accusations of P word, which is nothing unusual there, right? Racism and overall debauchery as a deranged, toxic drunk, along with rape on Norvey, pedophilia, groping underage girls. Led in 2019 by Chris Hansen. Cried and got on breakdowns. They were all lies, and some victims said it was lied after. Oh, this is back when Chris Hansen was going after the sort of. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, yeah. This is when Chris Hansen was going after the Onision sort of bubble. Said he lied after the events, but overall public still find him annoying, and space people who knew him when he claimed due to his dislike rating is one of the most hated people on the internet. Bryce Hall, Jason Bledge, Bryce Paul, and Jake Paul. Most reviewed based and was made by Penguin Zero in 2019. Rape scandal moment where he threw a dog to the floor and many other things. Shrouded Charlie bashes him. Acted like that because he thinks women owe him sex because he's hot, even though Blade looks disgusting in Charlie's eyes, which, yeah. Hell, he had no toe at one point when he was on the RV trip. His teeth were falling out. Reunited with Gucci's, who said he didn't rave her and tried flirting with him, considering he was on bad terms with Beck. Oh, fucking hell, these people are messed up. Blade got a Reddit account called Sister's Boyfriend. Rivalry with OG Geezer. Current terminated 2020. And since September 20, him and Keemstar have grown more distance. His Blade feels he made Keemstar. No, I think if anyone could make that claim, it would be Wings of Redemption. Both them are in somewhat hard times. Key mentally. Okay, that's a bit of citation needed. But Keem is clearly not in his best place in the world right now, but still. Blade in almost every way. So when Keem isn't very up to date in Blade's light, it angers Blade. Main remaining fan base consists of extremely far right fascist racists who seem to seem racist things or act edgy. 60 fans who want to kill him. Old fans who occasionally check in, try to help. Liberals who love cancelling him. People have given up on him and just watch him feel better about themselves. Yo! People see him as comic relief once or twice. Ryby used to watch the living shit out of him. Mix between multiple of those demographics. Blade took on rapper Humpback Chunk, famous for her video I Just Nutted on a date, left halfway through, got drunk in return. She was a cab driver at the time. Fucking hell. Wife named Becky, ex friend Captain Content, dated for a while. This is what I say, like, in more ways than one, the internet is a fucking incestuous place. And I say that almost like as a joke. But I don't just mean content. I mean everyone does kind of eventually all flow into each other's groups. It's crazy. Have you ever been raped? No, well you should be. Great. Wife, could be a joke. Later confirmed back to your Instagram. It's a joke. Um, January 2022, Yumas got cooked by a bunch of Mexican gangs or wannabe gang members. He took on his RV to stream with. There are rumors his 15-year-old stepdaughter was not home with her brother, sleeping in back of the RV. Jesus. 2021, Forest, California, an escape park, a wasted sandbar and pit combined with a dump, maybe a haul back to his RV. Shaved into clown hair and given fucking hell. I say he streams many similarities with Eat the Pussy. Jesus. Both tried to be beloved fat men who ended up becoming pedophiles, all with similar. Both lived in Central California. They both had relationships with a tri-state. They were cool guys. Made fun and called them incels. Also to Wings of Redemption and Boogie, considered to be helpless lolcows. Is Boogie truly a lolcow? Many YouTubers such as El Prestador. What constitutes as a small YouTuber? Because I'm a small YouTuber. What? Like, how is this a small channel? Like, get me on this. Get me on WikiTube. I'll be able to like I'd love if people just rip me apart on this. I mean it's super easy. I do it mostly for yourselves, trolling about being a bitch bad at sex. I said she's joking. Who wrote this? Although Blade doesn't take it lightly and is saddened. So Andy Dick is now involved with Gucci's and Captain Content. Okay, because it's the world we're living in.
Wesley donated $3. Andy, this Asian guy chair really does have a tiny cock. He'll show you how small it is. Andy, he could stick his cock inside of a Cheerio and IT wouldn't break. This Asian guy really does have the smallest cock. It's fucking tiny. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, well, I might. Let me check it out. Let me see.
Oh no, no, I'm saving this for next podcast. This is going to be timeless. All right, that's gonna be fucking timeless. Oh, Andy, Andy. Oh, you guys are all here talking about fries. Oh, Made in the Abyss. We need a Frankenstein, octopus, mermaid made in our life. Eh, that's not where my mind would have gone with that. Oh, burnt. Let's see if burnt toast has got anything we can share. Nah. No more. Oh, I saw him on. Oh no, that's 2 hours long. Never mind. I saw him being mentioned on Twitch. You know what, guys? No, I want to keep that. Aw, Ben's dog isn't doing too well. The big dogs are always more prone to seizures. Oh, good. This is something I want to see. Wait, what the fuck's this? Okay. Well, this is not going to end well for anyone, and I was right.
Olha lá o caminhão, você foi, Amélia. Olha só, olha o que está acontecendo.
Sounds French. Wop, 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 wow. That's not how a crane works. Okay, this video I'm looking for, like, is it this? Yeah. Okay. This is it. Oh God. Well, that's terrifying. Kind of awesome, but also terrifying. Let's give... Let's give robots guns. Let's give robots guns. Uh, that's nightmarish. I'm just looking through some content right now. Oh. Oh. Oh, I just realized we've got tons of channel suggestion stuff. I was kind of hoping for the podcast topic. Oh, God. I don't know if this is old. I don't know if we watched this already.
Hi there.
Yeah, we watched this. Walter.
This video I wanted to just share.
He uploaded it new. He has not. Have I missed anything out? He has not. I have not. I keep up with him. It is too easy. Wait. Wait, Fatal Walter 2? Didn't even know this was a thing. Okay. Okay. Let's see what this is all about there.
Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and I'm here on a brand new channel where I'm just going to be putting out all the content that I don't feel comfortable putting on my main channel. We'll see if I ever get monetized here, but that would obviously lead to more videos. Enough about that though, let's get started. Disclaimer, I would not lose any sleep if you harass this man, but I'm not encouraging you to. I understand why they don't want that kind of behavior on YouTube. I am just here to share with you the story of possibly the most reviled man in the TCAP fandom.
Oh yeah, the pizza. Like that was a low bar when even Chris Hansen is pretty despised. The pizza guy from Catch a Predator is still like the worst thing.
Now, why do people hate Jeff Sokol so much? Was it because he was the worst Predator? Absolutely not. We had Predators that legit seemed to be coming to kill the girl. He wasn't even the one that looked the slimiest. Ryan Gosling or John Dupuy would have to take that honor. But when Chris Hansen walked out on those guys, all their bravado went right out the window and they tried to explain themselves.
Yeah, he just sat down and he just ate the pizza. Like I remember this guy. It was so surreal. He just I think maybe a part of him knew he wasn't going to get pizza for a long time, so
Jeff Sokol pretty much decided you did nothing wrong, as you'd not actually yet touched someone. It's the blatant disrespect for Chris Hansen that pisses people off so much. I know he's fallen from grace a bit, to put it mildly, but before all this, people kind of thought of him as a hero.
I think it was when that guy shot himself is when people started to realize that what he was doing was incredibly I'd say incredibly inappropriate. I'd say that's where that started, and since then Onision kind of, I mean, he went to Onision's house. He accused everyone but Onision himself because he wouldn't actually talk to Onision without these bizarre sets of rules. So Onision has ended up talking to his publicist who had a string of problems on his own, and it was clear that Chris Hansen did everything just for clout. Everything. Bad guy who goes after worse people. You could kind of argue Mr. Medicare does that sometimes, and you can kind of argue, or did back in the day. I suppose you could also argue Keemstar does that. Because they see these really shitty people, and then there's worse,
Note that this was not on To Catch a Predator. This was on the more recent Hansen vs. Predator series. Now, despite the lack of content, what we did get from this sting was actually really good. There were many top-tier Predators. Chris Hansen ran into someone he knew. Even one of the decoys is being memed on.
Me, my mommy, and my daddy.
Come and look at this table me and my dad made together back in 1984. That decoy sold me weed back in Woodstock. Decoy, I don't have my ID, but I do have an AARP membership. The decoy was about to say goo goo gaga before Chris walked in. Okay, one more.
Yeah, if I'm right, the decoys, a lot of them were either cops or they were from a local acting group.
We hired Jesus H. Christ, a well-known religious prophet, to roleplay as our 13-year-old decoy. God, it's hard to stop reading those, isn't it? Anyway, out of all that came the guy who showed up with a delicious-looking pizza and confidently ate a slice in front of Chris Hansen. We've seen predators eat to try to act casual, but we've never seen this kind of smug arrogance from someone. To start things off, Jeff drove 2.5 hours across state lines in order to visit a 13-year-old whose mom was away on business. Yeah, that's more than a little risky. The chat log is over 200 pages, and I don't feel like getting into it too much, but let me point out a few highlights. He feels the need to warn the 13-year-old girl that he's not very big. After disparaging
Just stuff a banana up your ass, and you'll be set for life.
men that are even smaller, of course. That can't be a good sign. He also asks her if they can drink her mom's booze. Jeff, you're 44. The only thing sadder than bringing alcohol to this 13-year-old girl is asking her to give it to you. And of course the marriage contract. He's not really making the concept up. This is common practice in a lot of states for underage girls to be married with their parents' permission, and it needs to end. Jeff sends this
Yeah, I think Mississippi has that.
Obviously trying to look younger than he is, but we can all tell he's out of touch because he asks things like, what's a thought? And what does DTF mean? It's usually like the predators are teaching the decoys.
Oh, hey, Troy. Time for a drink. Got some Kraken. Nice. You missed out on some, I don't know if you were watching or not, but you missed out on some Jocelyn, Wyoming shit. And we have one set for next Bearded Ramblings. Andy Dick, Gucci's Captain Content, hit single shampoo witch. And I watched only a few seconds of it, and I was like, okay, no, I need Krendar here for this. It's good shit.
But it's like the opposite here. Do you really think he answered?
I found out that Walter Fate has another channel where he goes he goes on about people who are, he doesn't know where to put them. So in this case, it's the Pizza Predator from To Catch a Predator, or the Hansen versus Predator show.
Answered the door for the plumber looking like that? And was the plumber Joshua Cologne? You're almost 14. fuck it. You're an adult. Oh god, he's a Patriots fan. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. Anyway, let's move on.
Hashtag not all
Jeff
Patriots.
stops at Planet Pizza, a local pizza place. He buys a small pizza, which is almost as big as the large, and gets some orange juice. This is now known as the Jeff Sokol Special, much to the dismay of Planet Pizza.
Yeah. This is the sort of, you know what they say, all publicity is good publicity. I don't think so.
Let's see what it says about the place on Yelp. Best pizza around. Me, my mommy, and my daddy all enjoy it. I love the large pizza and OJ deal. I always buy the large because it's about the same price as the small. Whether you're eating alone or sharing with a 13-year-old, you will definitely enjoy. Thanks to my buddy Jeff Sokol for introducing me to this great pizza. Question, does this place really have the Jeff Sokol Special? Is it 2 slices with orange juice? Thanks. Answer, yeah. I guess that's enough about the pizza.
Like, I like the idea of just someone on their Q&A just being like, yeah, I'm gonna lean in on it.
When Jeff comes into the house, the decoy is visibly terrified. I mean, if I met someone and they acted like this, I would be a bit put off too. He's a little pushy as he asks her why she invited him over if she's so scared. This man really wanted a hug, but of course he got Chris Hansen instead. He actually asks if Chris was her father. She had said her father was in California during the chat, by the way. Are you her dad? Obviously not.
There's a dog out in the hole barking.
You're still alive. At least all of Jeff's teeth are practicing social distancing. Fucking burn. So he's ugly, has a small penis, and is a pedo? LOL, awesome. The first thing anyone would tell you about TCAP is not to chat up underage teens, but if you have to, don't show up. But if you have to, definitely don't talk to Chris Hansen. But if you absolutely have to talk to Chris Hansen, don't act like this about it. This guy doesn't know who Chris is somehow, and inadvertently pissed off the entire TCAP fandom. Like a lot.
That's what pissed them off. The fact that he is a child predator.
A lot of predators, he doesn't seem to understand that talking to her about possibly having sex is actually the crime itself. He doesn't even have to show up. Speaking of Chris Hansen, he's not always the most perceptive. This guy takes a pill that Chris implies to be for sexual enhancement, but Jeff claims it's for irritable bowel syndrome. Oh well, Chris's version is funnier. Poor Jeff wasted a Viagra and then had to spend 4 hours with a microboner in jail.
Yeah.
It looks like here you wanted to come here and have sex with a 13-year-old girl.
Okay, is that against the law to
have sex?
Jeff is one of those guys that just can't accept that he's actually doing something wrong. Chris tries time and time again to tell him it's not appropriate to proposition young teens for marriage. Yeah, apparently it's a difficult concept. This guy...
Lucas... Has Lucas ever outright... I mean, like, he's not here now, otherwise I'd ask him. Need to get him on in a month or two again. That was good. But he never like... I wonder if Lucas ever actually has talked about... I know he fantasizes about it, but has he ever actually talked about it?
Literally doesn't know how fortunate he is that it's not her actual father, or else he'd be calling him Chris throwing these hands, son. This quarantine really got Jimmy Kimmel in the dumps. This is horrible. Do I look like a dishonest, dirty person to you? Yes. Yes, you do. Of course not. What kind of a dishonest, dirty person shows up to drink with a 13-year-old? That's
He kinda looks a little bit like the way Ethan Klein is now.
normal adult behavior. His arrogance doesn't end there either. His police interview is up on Joey's TCAP channel, but it's kind of long. I don't know.
You know what? Fuck it. Joey's T-Cab. We'll have that lined up next. We don't need to watch the whole thing, but we have nothing but time. Wait, did he merge them all together or something? Here's the channel anyway. What? Oh, okay. That looks fake. Ah.
If you're throwing a basketball, you don't just drop it. If you do, it bounces a little tiny bit. But if you slam it down and use that momentum of the ground, the harder you slam it down, the higher it's going to go into the sky. Totally great on Earth, but it's still limiting. Because if you were on the moon and you use that same momentum to throw the ball down, it's probably just going to float up into space.
That's actually less crazy than I've heard from people with a premise like that. Why is she in a bikini? Playlist. Predator updates. Interview and police. Looking for the I'm looking for the interview. I mostly want the interview because it probably won't be the fractured credibility of Chris Hansen. Yeah, yeah. Because he goes after bad people. He does. Horrible, disgusting people. But he's not a great guy himself. I mean, I don't think he's a sex predator, but yeah, Jeff Sokol police interrogation. Police interrogation. Should have done that from the start. There it is. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
It's up on Joey's TCAP channel, but it's kind of long. I don't know what it is with these guys and waiving their rights. I don't want to advise predators, but if you're ever in trouble, don't trust the police. They can really screw you over if you offer any information you don't have to.
Yeah, that JCS channel. There's actually another channel we could check out. JSC Psychology. Absolutely. We can actually watch some of these as well. We'll watch a smaller one. He didn't make many. He hasn't made many of them, but it's been nearly a year now. That's a wrap. The flagged videos violate the violence and sensitive events guidelines. The same old tune we've heard since 2018. The gigs, so it's their gig. We cannot thank you enough. Yeah, oh, come on. They were so good. They were so good at what they did. Well, on the plus side, no one will really care if I watch it or not. This was a very short-lived and very exploded overnight channel. The algorithm really pushed them forward, and they just skyrocketed. They even started doing cameos on other people's shows because they had a very unique voice. I think he showed up in Mandalore Gamer video at one point. It's a real fucking shame, I'll tell you that much.
Looking at you again, Joshua Cologne. He'd probably still be eating the pizza.
It only shows like criminals, but literally like people who have done nothing wrong as well. Rather, it shows you just how the interrogators work. and a lot of different. There was probably so many great things they had lined up.
So if he could, but instead he crosses his arms and tilts his head in the most condescending way. He keeps trying to retcon her age to 14 because she was almost 14. That's not how that works, Jeff. Listening to him trying to explain the law to the officers interviewing him is good for a laugh, though.
Yeah, I'm curious
Sokol
about
would
that.
fight his charges, showing up to court with his parents. I don't think I'd want my mom to accompany me to this if it was me. Look, someone on Reddit got a picture of Jeff's new haircut where he's still trying to look younger. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but the faux hawk was better. I think he's having a midlife crisis. This guy ended up with 7 years, suspended after 30 months, 10 years on the registered sex offender list, and probation until his sentence is up. Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun. People don't talk about the RSO list a lot, but it must be very humiliating. There's a reason people don't sign up even though it means prison time. How lame do you have to be to want to hang out with a 13-year-old? I heard when they took Jeff to prison they had to allocate a cell for each tooth. Oh, here's a good one. Anyone who calls themselves Master of Puppets on LinkedIn is a complete waste.
That reminds me, I've gotten a few contacts on LinkedIn, or people looking for me.
No fucking shit. Just the fact that he's a perfect asshole. He literally thinks the world is wrong, and he's right. He even said at his trial that he's being sentenced for something that 100 years ago wasn't a crime. Where does one even begin to pick that flawless defense apart? To be fair, he didn't say that, his lawyer did. Yeah, so what? What difference does that make? Women couldn't vote 100 years ago.
Okay, watch out for flashing lights on this one. Jesus Christ.
Now they can. And this is illegal now, Jeff. Wait, I guess they could vote 100 years ago now. How time flies. Get this, Jeff Sokol actually decided to show up on the TCAP wiki and respond to comments insulting him. This is a bad idea. Now people know they control him. Was doing more research, just found out that you would have to get written consent by your mom to get married under 18. Fuck. That's great because it means he's using his Google search results to argue with the cops. I bet they love when people do that. By the way, these tetrad core decoys are so much more well-spoken than the perverted justice ones. Jeff is very clearly the one typing like an idiot. I mean, there's not much else of the story to tell. Jeff made a fool of himself in court, he went through 3 lawyers, the judge wasn't buying his excuses. However, he was eventually released in June of 2019. Well, that leaves time for more comments. The true crime was those selfies, LMFAO. This is what a real predator looks like. Cold and calculated, combined with a complete lack of empathy. Nevertheless, I want pizza now. Gotta be honest with you, I had to have a few slices of pizza while making this video. No orange juice, though. This Papa John's commercial is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Apparently Planet Pizza is not happy about being associated with a predator. Probably because they get calls asking for the Jeff Sokol special all the time. The small pizza is almost as big as the large. Ask for the Jeff Sokol special. They know who you are talking about. It's worth a 2.5-hour drive. If you have IBS, you may have to pop a pill before eating the pizza like Jeff did. It's so delicious my large intestine can now enjoy it for 2 days as well. You can never tell with these online things, you know? So I drove 2.5 hours here to check out the situation. I was surprised that their small pie was almost as big as the large. They offer something called a Sokol Special, which is a pepperoni pie with extra cheese and a bottle of orange juice. Definitely what you want to get if you're trying to impress your date and her dad. I gotta feel like this place should just roll with it and take the free exposure, but that's just
Right.
me. This guy is true predator. He dared to drink orange juice with a pepperoni pizza. Okay, people do keep complaining about this, but I think the orange juice was for mixing with the vodka, actually. Which he did bring, by the way. No idea why he was asking her to provide the booze in the chat log. Anyway, that's about it for Sokol, I guess. So let's read a few more comments about the Methuselah decoy. To lure in the predator, we hired an 18-year-old actor that could easily pass for 35.
Yeah.
Chris Hansen might as well have played the 13-year-old decoy. After Chris walked in, the decoy went out back to have a smoke, drink a beer, and call his kids. Oh God, has Daddy built that? It's cute. Built good. Me, my mommy, and Daddy, and my receding hairline. Of course, we just laugh at this guy in fun. I think he's a cop now. Sokol is a different story. He's actually hateable. Anyway, that's about all the time I have for you.
All right. Let's have a look at this interview and see just how fucked up he gets. We watched.
Yes. During questioning. A lawyer appointed for me if I cannot afford one before I answer any questions.
He's just doing the legalese.
Yeah, she said she was 14. But okay.
She was 14?
I know, it's young.
This is the best quality they have, by the way.
Maybe I should get some of the text so we're both clear about what age she said she was.
She said it wasn't 12.
No?
No.
And 14 is that big of a difference anyways? Like, you're 44?
Different, if it's a difference to me.
Because neither are legal, you know that.
Yeah.
Right? The age of consent is 16, which is, you know, in my mind, yet too young also, but he thought she might be 14.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was the pizza. Is this the pizza you got? So-called special?
Is talking about having sex with you and different things. Isn't it your parents and the police and the school system's job to kind of protect you from that person? And sometimes if you're not being like totally honest with your parents or, you know, community people, the only alternative sometimes we have is to do like sting type operations like this, but we'd never catch anybody. Because you're not going to tell anybody. You're so paranoid about it, you're researching the statutes. Because you know it's wrong. Right?
Right. And
I'm sure in here there's probably conversations with a girl about you didn't tell anybody about this, right? Or something like that because you're afraid of and you didn't go when the parents were home. If it's wonderful, then yeah, if your parents are home, that's great. I'd love to meet them. No, your parents aren't home, right? Kind of thing. They're away. They're not coming home. Whatever.
I like how he's describing the clear flaws in his logic.
You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yes.
And I think this probably goes back a long time. This did not happen overnight. I'm a little bit older than you. You know, whatever my, you know, makeup is physiologically and emotionally and every other way, it didn't start last week. So you probably had these fantasies, desires, interests, probably your whole life, actually. Or until you became an adolescent or something.
Fantasies about what?
I'm assuming younger women. And maybe as you got older, like you wanted to stay in that realm, like, oh, the younger girls, I like them better for whatever reason. You would have to tell me what the attraction is.
It's never happened before. Never.
Well, we're talking like 12 years old. It's like 6th, 7th grade. You know what I mean? It's a young human being.
They keep saying 12.
Well, you want me to use your term and say 14?
I mean, I know they're both young, but it's a little bit, different.
Is it being a teenager? Is that the big hump that you need to hear? Like, okay, she's a teenager. She's 13, she's not 12. She's 14, she's not 12.
It's 2 years older.
Yeah.
That makes all the difference in the world, doesn't it?
Maturity, right? Certainly not, worldly or mature enough to consent to anything. Right? Doesn't have the legal right to do it, never mind. Because why? Because they're very young, so they need to be protected.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Why, if you thought I came down there to have sex, why didn't you wait and see if that happened?
Why would I want to put that girl that was in the house through any kind of a horrible experience that could get really out of hand really quickly?
Okay, I get you.
No offense.
I got you, but
there was like several cops there and other able-bodied guys.
Right.
You'd be in probably some kind of pain at the end of it because if you got maybe your clothes off and you're trying to grab her, we come in not knowing what you're capable of.
I know.
Why not do it like as much as we can as a gentleman? You're seated. Chris Hansen speaks to you. You're free to go. you were compliant. We were, didn't throw you on the ground or anything. We handcuffed you. We brought you in. Why would you want to take it to another level where it's horrible? And she has to go through that, several times because there's several different guys like yourself that are coming to meet her? Would you want to do that to anybody? Like, honestly?
No,
Put her, even the hug. As soon as you got there, you're trying to hug a girl you've never met.
well, that's not true.
Well, maybe it is. I mean, I understand from your standpoint you probably want to, but from her standpoint you're a total stranger and she's probably a little freaked out by it.
She was cool with everything. Just wanted to hang out and happy.
You could see she was terrified.
I honestly, that's why I was there. I just my
you need to.
My case, okay, for this is obviously there's a lot of text there,
yeah.
But I was trying to do things or make it so I wasn't breaking the law. At some point that I wanted to, have any relations with her.
No. Is his argument that because he misunderstood the law, but at the time he thought he was being legit, that makes it okay because he was trying to find he was trying to find a loophole in the law, and that would make it okay.
I was trying to make sure that it was legal. Otherwise, I wasn't going to do anything.
I'll explain that a little bit.
If I came down and I liked her, she liked me. And
right.
Oh shit.
With her, I was trying to make sure that it was legal. Otherwise, I wasn't going to do anything.
I'll explain that a little bit.
If I
By the way, we're coming close to 10 o'clock in the evening now. I want to go until midnight. Save myself some hassle tomorrow. At 11, I'm going to get into bed and put on the what do you call it? The Fallout thing, the Fallout lore, the other half of it, which is, I do believe, still up. I do believe it is exactly 1 hour left in that. Actually, a little more than an hour. An hour and a half. So in 1 hour, I am going to end this stream and start the final stream. The final stream, by the way. I'll be sleeping at any point during the night if anyone wants to donate and wake me up. While I remember and while I still have some energy left in me, I should go on my OBS and change the audio of it to the screams. If anyone wants to donate to wake me up, definitely do with the cash, but if not, then I guess I get a good night's sleep.
The body is round.
Okay, so that's it right now.
This is a test donation for $66.
Hey, 66. I'm gonna open up the old audio. I believe it is this. Yeah, so save settings. Give it a few seconds. And if any of you motherfuckers wants to torment me while I'm asleep, do so, and I will get this.
The body is round.
No.
This
Come
is a
on.
test donation.
The body is round.
Come on.
This is a test donation for $58.
Gotta keep hitting it and eventually it'll do it.
This is a test donation for $60.
The nightmare will become real. Solo. Let's get back to it. So yeah, in about 1 hour, I will end the stream and start up the last stream of the evening, which will go probably until, well, as late as possible, I guess. I am pretty tired. Didn't get nearly as much of a good sleep on the second night as I did on the first. Once I'm awake, I guess I'll talk to you for a little bit and then call it a night. Well, call it a day. I will also be getting a I'll also then get the stream ready for 11 o'clock in the evening for 3 drinks minimum with Girl Does Rand. So that'll be pretty fun. We shall watch Witcher shit. That's according to your streamer. Oh, viewer. Shiny for Christ and go. You already watched that.
Came down and I liked her, she liked me, and she was cool, and I didn't feel like she was, too immature or too young or too, the same. If I felt like I was on the same,
When the white
level as her, like, emotionally and whatnot. I mean, I wanted to, I didn't want to do anything that was breaking the law. So that's why I researched that stuff. I would never, I mean, that's like ridiculous that you guys thought that I would bring a contract down.
Well, we were going, I believe, through your
You're interpreting.
I don't know.
You're interpreting it, but I mean,
well, maybe we are. I don't know, but I also see that you're mentioning that a 44-year-old guy shouldn't be talking to a 13-year-old girl like this.
Right, and so I felt guilty about it.
Your language, not mine.
I felt guilty about it, yeah.
And
so why were you
think you might be on the same wavelength as her?
There's plenty of, young people I see on TV that are pretty smart, pretty mature.
13.
They're out there, yeah.
No, there might be, I don't know, there could be a couple out there, I think, either they could be mature, but maybe they look like a little kid, or they could look older, but they're very immature. There's a reason these laws are in place, right? I mean, to protect people.
Right, and I said that to her.
Which, meaning what? But I'm still, you kind of expounded on it before, but you're like, I want to do things with her, so in case I did have feelings for her and I liked her, like it would be legal. I don't know what that means. She's still, let's just say 13, because you mentioned 13 right here. So how does that still make it legal?
I don't know, she said she was turning 14, but okay.
That doesn't help.
How does it make what legal?
You just said that. How would it make it okay if you're going to do things with her and she's 13 and you ultimately had relations with her, intercourse? How does it make it legal?
It wouldn't unless her mom consented to marriage. It's the only way it would be legal.
So you're gonna marry a 13-year-old girl with her mother's permission?
Maybe when she's 16, I would do that. Why is that like so hard to believe? Yeah, that could happen.
I can't say I've even ever heard of it. Actually.
If I wanted to like.
Maybe in other countries it happens.
Wanted to not break the law, that's what I would have to do.
You would marry her now, you're 44, she's 13.
Yeah, I haven't broken the law. I mean, so that's the thing, it's all like you're speculating what I was going to do based on conversations.
That's not how the law works. Like, you obviously were going to do that. Like, if you show up to someone's house with a gun after saying, you know what I'd love to do? I'd love to come over and kill you. And then they say, I'd love for you to do that. Come over with your gun and say, hi, I'm going to kill you. You walk in, you're like, hey, I'm going to kill you with this gun. And they go, okay, come in here. And then Chris Hansen's there. It's the same principle. Hell, that one could be more justifiable. Assisted suicide.
You also drove here. You didn't just like have chats that you're bad enough.
So what?
You actually drove 2 hours. You're like basically my age. You drove 2 hours to meet a girl. Most guys.
Right, you're putting it all together, right? Most guys would.
Most guys younger than us, our age, older than us, if given the opportunity,
right,
they might get in the car on a Saturday night and drive 2 hours if they think they're going to find, something that feels good at the end of the rainbow. But are they just going to do it to maybe meet somebody?
Most guys? So you're saying most guys, so it's like.
You're driving from Boston.
You're saying most guys.
Right.
That's not me.
Well, what are you? Tell me who you are. Because based on the text and the behavior you exhibited, I'd say you fit right in there. You just happen to like them much younger than what's normal.
Maybe.
Or illegal.
Maybe I enjoy just, talking about it. I don't know. I mean.
With a 12 or 13-year-old girl. That's a problem. I don't know you. I never saw you before in my life. That's a major league problem.
Didn't seem like it.
Didn't seem like what?
Just seemed more mature than that. More than,
Compared to what? Like a 28-year-old woman, like a 22-year-old girl? You're talking about a 12 or 13-year-old girl. And she's what, acting like she's 18? Yeah, so what? She still tells you she's 13 years old. You're 44. I mean, seriously, that's a major league problem.
Beep, boop, boop, boop.
According to the law, it is.
But according to what, you, it's not?
In my head.
In your head?
Knowing what I was there for. Knowing that I was not dangerous, that I was not a threat to her, that I was not planning on having sex.
Not planning on having sex. What if you just happen to meet a girl that is like, you know what, for whatever reason, she's only 12 or 13, but man, she's a pistol, and she's all over you. What are you going to do, push her away?
Yeah, if I knew I could go to jail, I would.
You would?
Oh, yeah.
You ever talk about having her come to meet you somehow? Or was it always this way where you thought maybe I'll come see you?
Yeah. Talked about it.
Did you ever plan on meeting her on previous occasions, maybe outside of the mother's purview, like maybe at a coffee shop or store or something?
Not that I recall.
No. Be truthful. Just say, if you said, I was not going to, there was no way in hell. I was dropping the pizza, having a slice, and say, man, I'm on my way to New York, nice to meet you.
That's what I've been saying all along, is that...
You wait till the mother's not home, you get to see Alice, and you're talking about alcohol with a girl who's 13? That's a great idea. Let's drink with a 13-year-old.
Wasn't going to have sex.
Even if she starts freaking out and dropping all her clothes, you want no part of it.
Leave.
I believe that one. I don't, by the way.
Of course you don't. I know you don't.
Seriously, dude, come on.
I know it's hard to believe, because, most guys, all they think about is sex, and that's all they want is sex. Yes, we talked about sex, but I was not going to have sex with her and break the law.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah, you would have. You would have done that. It would have been horrific. And then again, she might not have felt anything. 3-inch dick.
Um,
And that's obvious from my text messages.
you're still caught up on this. You're looking for an angle so that you wouldn't have to break the law, correct? You're not like not doing the deed. You want to somehow circumvent it so that it would somehow be legal or okay in your mind.
Yeah, okay with everybody.
Right? But that was your intention. It wasn't like you, whoa, I gotta wait till she's 16, 17. I'm not touching this poor thing because she's only 13 years old. That wasn't your motivation. It was like, I want to bang her. I gotta get her mother to sign her over.
To be honest, I had nothing to do tonight. I really just wanted to like meet her and then figure out some, later what I was gonna do as far as all that other stuff.
All right.
He's a piece of shit. These headphones are squeaky, almost like there's a mouse inside it.
I mean, you're painting me to be an evil person that doesn't care about anyone's well-being, and I'm admitting to you that it's wrong. If anybody who hears a story like this is going to think I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Even you thought so.
If they don't know all the facts.
Well, you thought so too because you researched the law. Where you were successful in your conquest or whatever you want to call it, but at least today, like, we were able to step in. You didn't get hurt. She didn't get hurt because we were there. But if we weren't.
He's very professional what he's doing. I would be far more like, hi, you're a pedophile. I just keep on saying that over and over and over again, and I keep using that word, and I'd want him to get angry and take a lunge at me, and I'd have a taser with me. And then I'd leave, and then I'd probably get yelled at by my superior, and I'd be like, yes, sir, I am sorry, sir. I am not the best person for this case, sir. But if it's all right with you, sir, I just got my Christmas bonus, sir. And then I walk off for a few days.
A 12 or 13-year-old girl would probably be cocked right now, and you'd be, as an adult man, doing kind of whatever you wanted to her with her. And her mother's not home till whatever, tomorrow or the next day.
Right, we don't really have the luxury of time here. So yeah, he doesn't understand. So what about this guy?
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and I'm going to be reading you some YouTube posts.
Marshall Mathers. What is that?
From Marshall Mathers IV. Yeah, you can make posts on YouTube apparently.
Yeah.
This isn't actually Eminem's son, it's some guy from Detroit named Isaac who people thought was going to be the next Elliot Rodger.
Oh god.
He has really weird views on race and has never had a girlfriend. So, let's get into it. I've never walked up to any black man or woman in public, even in the past when I was still somewhat normal. Every time I'd see them in a store, on a sidewalk, or in a parking lot, I always kept my distance from them, and now I will continue.
Oh god, who was the name of that? Who was the name of that guy when we had Hannibal and Monty on? For the he was like, I know Critical watched him. He was like a pickup artist, and he was like done for. He ran for Congress, like the local elections where Krendar lives, as like an independent, and he beat out the Marxist Leninists, and he left these weird messages on the phone. Oh god. I need to find more shit like that for the podcast. We need to have like the scumbag segment or creepo time or something like that, you know? Could have sworn I heard something out there.
To do so permanently from now on, but to tell everyone the truth and to be fair, I would never walk up to anyone and just start talking. That's not me or who I am.
Okay.
I always feel even more lonely whenever I go out in public, not that often, because I've been so disconnected from society ever since I dropped out of high school in the 9th grade, way back in April of 2013 when I was 16 years old. Yeah, that post is current, 9 hours ago as of when I typed this.
What?
Funny thing is, if black people would have never lived in any big cities anywhere in
From last
America,
year.
and in order for that to have been the case, they would have had to have never had the idea to ever move to them in the first place. Which obviously did
What?
not happen, and if black people would have only chose to ever live in rural areas or smaller or medium-sized cities, if they would have been more humble in that way, I would have definitely had respect for you people.
You people.
I would have actually cared about and loved you. If only things would have been flipped in that way, if only things like that would have been the case, then all the white people from big cities would have been jealous, envious, angry at, and hate me. I mean, if black people never chose to live in any big cities, I would have also never cared about or wanted to live in any big city myself.
What?
This guy is not racist in the usual sense. He actually feels really inferior and jealous, and freely admits to being jealous, but his idea of black people isn't exactly the truth. Another thing that has messed me up is growing up from 15 years old in 2012 till now in 2021 at the age of 24, living in a country of black people who are obsessed with themselves, always bragging and boasting about their melanin. Being so obsessed.
Melanin? Oh, next time I get him on, I need him to say the word. Melanin. Melanin sounds like an Irish name. Melanin. Melanin. Being so obsessed with their skin color and their hood culture, totally. What is this
With
shit?
their skin color and their hood culture, totally proud of themselves as a group of people. Obviously, how do you think that's going to make me feel in the long run? Seriously. And here's the thing, if black people never lived in any big cities, never moved to them, never had the
He does like hyphenating cities. I have a feeling Marshall Mathers the Fourth is not going to end well.
idea to move to them, then and either lived in rural areas or small cities and only went to big cities for work or to visit every now and
Cities!
then I would have never come to hate any of you or have been angry, jealous, or envious of any of you at all.
What?
I would have never had the dumb, extreme desire and longing to ever move to or live in any big, diverse city if they would have never had any diversity in the first place. Why is he so obsessed with experiencing diversity? I think he's really into black girls, to the point of fetishizing them. He used to
Okay.
talk about how he wanted a 14-year-old black girl who can fart and burp on command, but
What? What? Okay, I need to find this video. He looks like Evil Moby. Or the bald guy from REM. Oh god, every picture has his mouth open. What? What are these titles? What the fuck is this? I wanted something new and I got it. Oh my god. Okay. Well, watch the rest of this and then I'll see whatever the fuck that was. Jesus.
let's keep reading more recent things. I'm an A-positive blood type, so all the stress I feel goes to my head or brain. In other words, which is why every time I use my phone for a short or long period of time, I always feel like my head is about to explode. O-positive blood types have it better, because whenever they get stressed out, it goes through the rest of their bodies, like arms, legs, hands, and feet. So whenever O blood types get stressed out, they always want to punch or kick someone or something, no matter what it is. Yeah, I had no idea your blood type dictated your personality. I am O negative, if anyone was wondering, and yeah, I like to punch things when I get mad. Oh well. You know, black people mainly hate, and are for the most part, anti-white people. But white people are not the only people black people complain and whine about to the mainstream media. They also don't have the best terms with inner-city Mexicans. Obviously there's exceptions, but overall, inner-city Mexicans don't really love, care about, and don't really respect black people. Asian people are another group that's not on the best terms with inner-city black people, and I honestly believe both Mexicans and Asian people say pretty racist stereotypical generalizations about black people just as much as white people do, if not more. I would say the main group of people that black people seem to really love, respect, look up to, care about, and are influenced by are Muslims, or Arabic people in other words. Both have massive love, respect, and care for each other, equally, not to mention the very talked about topic, especially in modern times, how Muslims are considered to be the black people of the Middle East, and both are compared to each other a lot. Whereas Jews in Israel are considered to be the white supremacists of the Middle East, and compared to the white supremacists here in America. But another group of people that I also feel black people really love, respect, and care that I've never heard them having any problems with are Indians, or people from India. Both think really fondly of each other from what I see. What's also interesting to note is that both Muslims and black people both complain a lot and talk a lot about oppression, victimhood or victim mentality, racism, and discrimination, and Muslims from the Middle East talk a lot about how they feel so bad and sorry for blacks here in America.
What?
And when it comes to the only white people who have black friends and who are just really in good and tight with inner city black people are the white people who kiss up to them and kiss black people's ass.
What?
You know, I don't live in the most diverse area, but I had a few black roommates in the army and a lot of black battle buddies. I wouldn't say any of them seemed to be anti-white. I know I don't know every black person, but my own experience seems to contradict Marshall here. Jews in Israel are considered to be the white supremacists of the Middle East. Who has this guy been listening to? I'm not a fan of Israel, by the way. But what? You know, being born under and being an Aquarius sign really is a
God, he
curse. I don't
believes
care what
star
anyone
signs.
says, because Aquarius signs are extremely stubborn. So much to the point it's maddening for others who have to talk to or even be in the presence of one, because that's pretty much their weakness if you think about it. Which also explains why people who have the Aquarius sign are extremely hated on because of how stubborn we are, because that's a part of our sign. Okay, now in the past few days he's blamed his blood type, his zodiac sign, and black people living in the city for his...
Wait, why is he why does he look like a Geico caveman there? How old are the how far back does this channel go? Oldest. 4 years ago. I hate Disney Pixar's Cars 1, 2, 3, 4. 20 years old, never had a girlfriend. Okay. 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 You can tell the difference in what people want to talk about. Never had a gaming PC? I wonder if he said it with the same conviction. Never had Elder Scrolls. Oh, you bastard. That's your problem, man. You never had Skyrim. Actually, he has 2 episodes on this. Alright, no, I need to hear this.
I never had Skyrim Elder Scrolls V Legendary Edition, which came out in early 2013. That is the only video game I ever truly wanted.
The Skyrim community does not support this guy becoming one of us.
And desired, wished I had, and so greatly and dearly craved. I mean, honestly, I see why that game has had so much popularity over the years since its release. It's an astonishing game. It's an amazing game. It's awesome. It's magnificent. It's incredible. It's outstanding. It's out of this world.
Dude, don't you dare put me off Skyrim with your with this. This. There's 2 on Skyrim. What? Take Dick in the what? Dude. Oh my god. This guy is just. I hate microwaves. Oh my god, this guy. This. What? I hate Christmas. Oh my god. Hey, some positive. My favorite foods. Oh. Oh. This is so creepy. Look, he's all grizzly now. Why? Now he's not grizzly again. Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is also going to be mentioned by on yeah. No. No, I can't. I can't watch that. I'm gonna have to watch it on Friday as well. That's actually not Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday. That in fact is, unless there's something major going on, drama wise, YouTube wise, movie wise, uh uh Ukraine. No, we gotta talk about that. Cause what the fuck was that shit?
Behavior. But he sure hasn't blamed himself. Let's see what else he blames. The reason I'm so fucked up is because, first of all, I was born into a family with a history of mental illness. One
Yeah.
of the mental illnesses I just so happened to get, unfortunately. When I would grow up and become a 15-year-old teenager in 2012 was OCD, being unhealthily obsessed, addicted to, and fixated on black Americans in America. And because my dad never thought to raise me in any big city anywhere in America with a shit ton of diversity. Which would have at least killed my healthy obsession, addiction, and fixation that I had with black people from 2012 when I was 15 years old all the way up until early 2020, January of 2020, when I was 22 years old for one more month before I would have turned 23 years old on February 12th, 2020. In 2020, starting at the age of 23 years old in mid to late 2020 was when I started outright hating black people in America and just going off on them. Black women and men, but probably more so black women if I'm going to be honest here. Okay, now he's blaming his family's history of mental illness. No comment there, both sides of my family are highly mentally ill. But I guess he's moved on to actually hating black people now, as of turning 23. Which is 1 year longer than St. Elliot made it.
Right.
In my YouTube videos,
I
and
always
when I
get him
wasn't able
confused
to
with
make
Dylan
YouTube
Roof.
videos anymore, I made a ton of community posts continuing to go off on black women and men in America, as well as white people who got to be raised in big, super diverse cities growing up. Which allowed these very spoiled, lucky, blessed, fortunate, privileged white people to experience
Oh yeah, yeah. White people growing up in the fucking projects are so lucky.
such a crazy large amount of diversity, all these different minorities and immigrants and cultures to get used to and normalized to from such a young age. And what better time in anyone's life to get used to and normalize to people of different races and cultures than when you're a child? In a very innocent time in anyone's life when you don't think about race, skin color, or even culture at all, really.
Why?
When you're a kid.
Oh yeah, because when you're in the ghetto, race is never brought up ever by anyone.
Kid, no matter your race or culture you come from, when you're around other kids from different races and cultures, you just think of them as other kids, or if you're friends with them, you would think of them as your friends. Being aware of race or culture doesn't come into you until your teenage years, where you notice little
I
things
think he
like
is I think he is very much obsessive compulsive, like hardcore. I imagine those topics on those videos become his world for a day.
skin colors or different cultures, but what's really fucked up is that all of us Americans are raised in this very sick, twisted, upside down, corrupt country that is so obsessed with race and culture. So me being raised in a country that's extremely diverse but only in big cities because that's literally almost all the time what most minorities and immigrants love and prefer instead of rural areas or even small cities. You might have noticed, but he actually thinks minorities want to live in ghettos. Like, he might think ghetto is actually a positive word. Rap has gone over this man's head. Really damaged me because I had no way to feed or hydrate my diversity deficiency, which did hurt me in the long run, and that's something no one can deny because that's pretty obvious and
Projects for a bit. Yeah. Oh, Augusta, we're gonna look at this guy next Bearded Ramblings. We have to. Did you see the list of stuff that he had? Like, what the fucking Christ was some of those? It's like he's some sort of mannequin that gains sentience but not real life. And he's just confused by everything. Reason there's ghettos. Wish I was raised in the hood, part 3. Wish I was raised in Chicago. I wish I was raised in a black community. A reason I don't think I'm handsome. My future plans. Eminem music. I thought I'm gun control. Like, why I don't talk to approach women in public. That's a smart move. Like, all the reasons I've suffered. It's like, I don't even know how to process this guy yet. Proving there's no jobs in my area. 25 and now has never had a girlfriend. Again, I think you're doing the world a fine. You're an incel. No, really? Yeah, every picture has something up with his mouth. They're all half open, like, or, oh, Jesus Christ. If I saw him coming towards me, I'd freak the fuck out and run. He looks like a skinhead, because he is a skinhead from a weird angle, but he is still a skinhead. And he also looks like he could have just escaped from a mental institute where he was in solitary, you know, like where he was strapped to a goddamn like straitjacket in a padded room. Jesus.
my heart is constantly heavy with
Maybe
pain and my brain is
his own
constantly
words will
overloaded with
convince
extreme
us
stress,
otherwise.
always
Maybe
feeling like my
Krendar
head
and our
is about
guest
to
that
explode.
night will
And
have a
so
different
I
opinion.
really had it bad no matter what way you look at my life or my situation I'm in. Also, the reason I ended up turning on black people in America is because of all the dumb protesting, rioting, looting, and burning because of George Floyd's death, or really any other black man or woman, because if it wasn't George Floyd, it would have been another black man or woman. And I seriously find all the protesting, rioting, looting, and burning of all these big cities black people were spoiled and privileged to even grow up in the first place to be annoying, and it got to the point I snapped and I couldn't take it anymore.
Boogie.
Plus that added with
I
my
still don't
love,
know if Boogie
desire,
counts as a
craving, and wish
lolcow.
to experience black people since I was 15 years old in 2012, which caused me years of extreme severe torment and torture emotionally and mentally
Would
because I
Mundane
didn't and
Mac
never
count?
could because I never had a way. So that's why I eventually ended up becoming this really tragic guy and person you see today, which is unfortunate. But if you look at it from my perspective, you can see why this
Suppose
happened
from the
to me.
Medicare community, he would be.
Anyone who drops out of high school, whether it be a guy or girl, who completely shuts themselves out from the world, from people socializing, the community, and society.
Ooh, that's it. It's like he was never raised by a person. He was raised by like a talking book that would just teach him things without any love or affection. Just every day, and he'd get like food from a tube, and then one day half the house just lifts up, and it's just the outer world, and there was never any explanation. Like I like, was he raised by aliens? What the fuck?
Will end up becoming freaks, especially men more so than women, at least in my opinion, because men are way more aggressive, violent, dark-minded, protectors, defenders, and whatnot.
Oh, plenty of dark-minded women out there. I don't like the term dark-minded. Just say you want to kill someone. Plenty of women out there want to kill people.
So people who do that just
And do
literally
even
end up becoming the
sometimes.
lowest species of humans to ever live and exist. They become burdens on their families, other people, and of course society. And it's really tragic. People like me end up losing interest in just about anything and everything in life. They even lose interest in their own hobbies and things they like. They lose any and all motivation or self-drive.
Oh my god, maybe we need to send the smiling friends in to help this guy out. That would be brilliant. I mean, if they can convince the guy with the gun pointing at his head to have a purpose in life, they can convince this guy and Shrimp dude, Shrimp guy.
They're the ones who are the worthless, pathetic, pitiful lowlifes of society that nobody gives a fuck about, and they only continue to get worse as time goes on and the older they get. What? I dropped out of high school and I still had the same friend group and everything. I think the problem might predate dropping out for Marshall. Okay, one more post for today. Though he's still calling himself Marshall Mathers IV, he no longer likes Eminem. Who is Marshall Bruce Mathers III, if you weren't aware. Let's look at why real quick. I really hate how Eminem is such a little fucking bitch and a complete sellout puppet, a worthless pawn in the hands of the elitist people who own Hollywood, and are such lazy cowards because they can't push their evil.
He's a very, very, very influential person in the industry. He has his own label that's like one of the bigger labels. Even I know this, and I don't fucking know anything about music. I remember at one point he was considered one of the most influential people in America for a decade. Like the whole decade, he was on like the top 100 people. I don't think he was number one, but I think he was like at number 10. I think he was just scraping in. Like no one's controlling him except maybe the IRS. I don't know. We're all fucking we're all gonna show our well, you all have to return show your tax forms.
Evil propaganda by themselves. They need dumb, self-obsessed, retarded, brain-dead, washed-up, stupid celebrities like movie stars, rap artists, pop stars, R&B stars, etc. to push their masters upside propaganda, whether it be gay propaganda, trans propaganda, lesbian propaganda, bisexual propaganda, anti-white people propaganda, anti-American, anti-God, anti-Republican propaganda, or pro-black and other minority propaganda.
Which is kind of weird because he's openly admitted that he feels like black people are like he feels inadequate compared to them. He feels for a fact he watches cook porn, right? We're gonna look at his fetishes. At some point we'll look at his fetish. And it says like he has a video like my fetishes.
I just hate how Eminem kisses up to black people, totally kisses their ass and has their balls in his mouth like the pussy he is, defending them, protecting them and all just really annoys me. Funny thing too is if the old 1999 to 2002 Eminem met this modern day Eminem, he would chew up this new school era softened up Eminem and spit him out. The old school Eminem, if he were around nowadays, would be labeled a racist, a white supremacist, a neo-Nazi, a skinhead. He would be fired from literally any and all rap record labels. He would be cancelled in seconds. He would also be called sexist, homophobic, and lots of other stuff, yet Eminem became such a little feminine rapper, it just pisses me off. Hey, you don't expect Eminem to be pro-black when all of his friends are black? Yeah, okay. You know what's really weird? With all the random shit this guy blames for his behavior, he never seems to blame God. Here he is defending religion for no real reason except that his family's religious. Well, whatever. Anyway, that's why he hates Eminem now, for not being based enough or some shit. Well, that's about all the time I have for you today.
I guarantee he's a Nick Fuentes flan. We're gonna root through this shit. We're gonna find out what he's into. We're gonna find out how he thinks. I wonder if he's ever getting therapy and medication. He's very off-putting. He's a very off-putting person. You know, I know it's probably something mental. I can't. Here's a great example. I can't feel sorry for him. He's just disturbing to me. Not in a physical way, though. He's definitely, his physicality is not something I like, but just his mindset. It's so negative. If he had more self drive, he would have been a high school shooter, but he couldn't even drum up that. So he's just an incel. Therapy? Medications? Nah. Well, listen, we're going to watch something from CS Criminal Psychology, which I still can't believe is fucking finished. It was doing so well. Fucking YouTube, man. I mean, I love my overlords. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, oh wait, why did I say it like ha ha ha? Fuck it. um. Anyway, I just need to quickly get off my arse real quick. After we watch one of those videos, we will end this stream and start the last stream, which is going to be a Sleepy Boy stream, which will be the same as last night. We will listen to some New Vegas. We will no, not New Vegas, Fallout lore, and we'll also It makes me wonder who else is out there on YouTube like that. It doesn't have to be exactly like that. But just clearly, there's no way to put it, clearly broken as a person. Holy shit. We JCS canned. Yep. JCS. Yeah, JCS Criminal Psychology. Look, the channel's still up, but go to community. 3 months ago. It's a wrap, folks. The flag videos violate the violence and sensitive events guidelines, the same old tune we've been hearing since 2018. It's their gig, so fair enough. We cannot thank you enough for love shown on the channel. We, of course, keep you updated on our next move. Love goes out to all of you. Yep. Yes. Absolute Absolute trash. Absolute trash. That's why they haven't uploaded the video in about a year. Absolute, yeah, 100%. It was, look, it still has just slightly under 5 million subs. That happened more or less overnight. The algorithm took it and just flew it to the moon. Everyone from all walks of life saw them in their feed. And when they clicked on it, they found it was really good stuff. I don't normally care about like procedurals and crime and investigation, but I was as hooked as everyone else. You could see I watched nearly every one they've done. They started doing crossovers with other creators. I know the Mr. Medicare one. They probably did one or two others. Let me quickly see what we're doing in terms of time. I want the stream to go anywhere near 12 hours. It's 4, 8, 10, 9 hours. Nah, I'll have to end the stream at I'll end the stream an hour and a half. So let's see which and still tons of people. Pinmonk doesn't know what this is, and I guarantee he'd watch this and be like, "Oh, this is good stuff." Well, he'd say like, "Oh man, this is good stuff." Um, Jeff. Jeff reminded me way too many people. Jennifer's Solution. Something about Casey. Wrath of Jody. That's too long. Or Pretending to be Crazy looks like. I think I watched a little bit of that. That's crazy. Want a longer one though for once. That pisses me off. That's just the right wing lunatic who's like, they had their music on too high. Um, you know, fuck it. I hope they come back. I hope they, if not this channel, I hope.
26-year-old Dawson
Wait,
McGee,
why is it
sitting
in
in a
Russian?
police interrogation room in the early hours of a Tuesday morning. The Monday night before, he stabbed his own mother to death for asking him to move out of the house and get a job. Dawson is unaware that he is being recorded on a hidden camera. In 3 seconds from now, he will hear...
Let me start over. Yeah, I do like this. So, now that it's finished, we may never see another one like it. Though I'm sure a lot of parody accounts or like piggybacking accounts opened up. They basically break down how cops interview people, how you look for tells, different types of stories. Some stories that like they make no sense and turn out to be 100% true. A whole bunch of random stuff. And
This is 26-year-old Dawson McGee,
the last
sitting
one
in
they
a
made.
police interrogation room in the early hours of a Tuesday morning. The Monday night before, he stabbed his own mother to death for asking him to move out of the house and get a job. Dawson is unaware that he is being recorded on a hidden camera. In 3 seconds from now, he will hear the sound of the door being opened by a detective. And at that exact moment, you will see a remarkably noticeable switch in his demeanor.
I've got something I want to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about what happened to your mom.
What happened to my mom?
Well, you tell me.
People called me and said something happened at home. to Mom. They were very sad.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to my mom?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
I was waiting for my brother and sister to tell me.
Okay. Well, so, well, was your sister home this weekend?
Wait, I'm supposed to have an attorney?
If you want one.
Am I supposed to have I should request an attorney.
Well, that's up to you if you like one. But I mean, we'd like to talk to you.
You're supposed to have an attorney. I would offer. I would ask for an attorney.
You want to ask for an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would come as no surprise that a judge deemed him fit to stand trial. A jury then found him legally sane, and he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his mother. All of which was in spite of a continuous charade of mental illness similar to the one you see here. Dawson clearly believed that his passage through the legal system would somehow be easier if he were presumed insane, which is a naive, yet somewhat common misconception that many suspects make when facing serious charges. They have this notion that a plea of insanity would either lower the severity of their punishment, or
it's not like the gilded cage people think it is. In fact, there are cases of people who were totally sane going into the, well, not totally, but not needing to go into the system like that. And they would go into it, they'd go into like the mental institutes that the government puts you in. And it was so stressful that they would have nervous breakdowns and would have to be committed anyway. Anyone who's ever been inside a mental institute knows that they're not fun, happy places.
Liberate them from it altogether, that instead of being sent to prison, they would simply be released back into society, perhaps with a free psychotherapeutic program to attend on the weekends. This is, of course, a far cry from reality. In the United States, if you're found responsible for a serious offense, but also found not guilty of the crime by reason of insanity, you will be institutionalized at a high-security psychiatric facility. These institutions are without question some of the darkest and most disturbing places in the system. And if you're not actually suffering from the crippling effects of mental illness, living in this type of environment will be a mentally agonizing experience. The foresight of what occurs inside these units would make the majority wish to avoid them. But once you are in, it is very hard to get out, and you will have to serve the same, if not a greater amount of time than you would have had to serve at a regular prison. So to put it briefly, if you commit a serious offense and then pretend to be crazy in order to get away with it, your life from that point forward will be an extremely dark and uncomfortable existence whether you manage to fool the system or not.
There is some countries that it's a lot nicer of an experience, but you're still a prisoner.
But there is one benefit, which is the elimination of capital punishment. The United States cannot execute someone deemed insane during the time of their offense, which is the only conceivable reason a defendant would cling to this narrative even after knowing what lies ahead should it succeed. And this happens to be a notion that ties in closely to the primary subject of this video. It will focus on one particular individual whose interrogation footage is so fraught with blatant trickery that most of the segments presented to you won't even need suggestive commentary. You can simply observe and judge for yourself whether you see authentic behavior or not. But before showing you what pretending to be crazy looks like, we'll briefly show you a genuine case of the criminally insane, or at least a far more convincing one.
If
This
you
is
truly are that
18-year-old
crazy,
Jared Murray,
you
a
actually
freshman
might
at
not
East Central
even be
University in
aware
Oklahoma. On a
of what's
Wednesday
going
evening
on.
in December,
The
he asked
demons
fellow
told me
student
to do it.
Gennaro Sanchez for a ride to Walmart. Once they got there, Murray pulled out a handgun and made Gennaro drive to an isolated country road where he shot him twice in the head. He then attempted to hitchhike to Canada, but was soon apprehended by police on the side of the road. He immediately confessed to the crime once apprehended, and was then interrogated by the arresting officer.
I went down to his dorm room and
I'd rather get the
asked if
chair.
I could be
Oh, you
given
see
a
that
ride to
earlier?
Walmart
We were
in
looking at it. It
exchange
seems
for
more
$20 gas money. Yes, sir.
American prisoners
Both go in?
on death
No, we
row
did
are
not go,
choosing
sir.
to get firing squad.
We pulled into the parking lot, then I pulled the weapon on him and demanded that he take me to Asher, Oklahoma, sir.
Why did all of a sudden did you
Why is he dressed
decide
like an
that
incel?
you needed to go to Asher?
He's dressed like one of Walter's nice guys.
Because I was planning to take him out into the country.
And he sounds like John Morgan.
Okay. Did he say anything?
He panicked, went to pull out his phone. I yanked the phone out of his hand, and then he panicked some more. Kept telling me not to kill him. To make him feel more comfortable, I unloaded the clip, unloaded the bullet from the chamber, handed them over to him, and that eased his nerves a little. Then I pulled a second clip out of my pocket and set it on my lap.
And so you're driving east, and so I guess at some point, did you decide now was the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened?
I loaded the gun quickly, chambered the round quickly, shot once, missed, shot a second time, hit, jumped out of the car, went around. He was driving 10, 15 miles an hour, so it was rather slow. Ran around the hood of the car, and of course it was slow when he wasn't purposefully driving. Tried to
They
pull
give
him
him a
out, couldn't
coat.
get him out until he already had hit the tree. Pulled him out there, dumped him into the, no, before I dumped him into the ditch, I heard him gurgling. I'm not sure if that was a physiological or physical process after death, but I thought that he might have still lived through that somehow, because he was gurgling, so I shot him again and then shoved him down in the ditch.
He makes a half-hearted attempt to conceal the body with a handful of leaves and a stick. He then walks in the direction of the highway.
Did you get back on the highway?
Yes, sir.
And which way did
Reminds
you
me
go?
of that meme of the bird making the net.
You're walking north.
Canada, sir.
You guys going to Canada?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He states that his plan was to escape into Canada, but he had nothing to escape with, not even a passport.
I had tried hitchhiking most of the way because the only
Also,
way this
they
was
have
going to work,
extradition up in
factoring
Canada.
my belief that y'all found the
You'd
crime
be
scene
better
is
off
if
going
someone
down to
were to give me a
Mexico and
ride
keep on
there
going
and
south.
And then whenever your patrol car was pulling up behind me, I didn't know it was a patrol car. I stuck my thumb out and you was there for the rest.
Jared, I want to ask you just point blank, because, I mean, you sat here and confessed to
pretty much everything.
In my mind, and I think you might agree with me, just cold-bloodedly killed a young man tonight.
Yes, sir.
Or last night. Have you ever killed anybody else?
No, sir.
You will now see the detective attempt to establish a motive for the crime.
I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what you got out of it. Can you help me?
I don't really get anything out of it.
Dude
Do you
looks
feel any
like...
remorse?
I'm sad that I got caught
Well,
so
actually,
quickly.
got it.
Tell me why I should believe you that there just was going to be one person that was going to suffer from your consequences of killing.
You have no reason to believe me, sir.
I guess I'm just still having a real hard time understanding why.
The detective fails to establish a solid motive for a further 2 minutes. The discussion eventually lands on the victim's long-term girlfriend.
You don't think she's going to be upset, heartbroken?
I think she will be, sir.
How does that make you feel?
No different, sir.
Okay. I think you've been honest with me. I think you've told me just straight up, right out of the book, what happened.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, you've done a terrible thing tonight.
Yes, sir.
You killed a young man.
Yes, sir.
Just for the simple fact of, I guess pretty much just to say for you.
Yes, sir.
And what do you think should happen to you?
Death sentence, sir.
And why do you think you deserve the death sentence?
An eye for an eye, sir.
Do you believe an eye for an eye?
Yes, sir.
Jared Murray was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was committed to a high-security mental facility where he is
looks
to
like
remain indefinitely.
fucking JonTron there, a little bit.
Anything to say for yourself today?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why you might have done this to this young man?
No, ma'am.
No reason.
No, ma'am.
You have nothing to say for yourself.
No, ma'am.
You want to tell the community anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you confess to police?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you proud of what you've done?
No, ma'am.
Do you have remorse for what you've done?
No, ma'am.
He appears completely void of human emotion, no regret, remorse, shame, nor fear. He had both taken a life and destroyed his own, yet seems indifferent to the circumstances. With respect to his interrogation footage, the most conspicuous element was the complete lack of self-preservation. He didn't once attempt to deflect blame, nor afford himself any type of justification for his actions. He simply spoke in a factual, non-biased manner, impartial to how his words may have been taken or even twisted to be used against him. There was no calculated structure to his behavior whatsoever. So with this notion in mind, let's move on to the primary subject of this video.
Yep. So keep in mind what you saw there. We're watching this guy here. Obviously, Old Crazy's a little different, but...
Put your hands up a little bit. Have a seat. Did your feet up? Do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
This is 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz, who 3 hours and 55 minutes prior to this moment murdered 17 people at his former high school in Parkland, Florida. Among the dead were 3 teachers and 14 students, the majority of whom were 14 years old. A further 17 students...
Wasn't he the guy that we watched in prison attack either a guard or another inmate in the prison cell, in the cafeteria? I remember we watched the footage from that. Was that someone else?
Students were seriously wounded during the massacre. The gunman dropped his rifle 7 minutes into the rampage and then blended in with the crowd as he ran out of the building. He was at large for 1 hour and 20 minutes, during which time he stopped off at a Subway and then a McDonald's, where he sat down and casually spoke to one of the victim's brothers. The student was unaware that his older sister had just been shot through the chest by the man sitting across the table. The description of the shooter was transmitted by police over the radio, which led to an officer identifying and arresting him on a street just 2 miles away from the school. He was taken to the nearest hospital and examined by a doctor for roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes. He was medically cleared and then transferred to the local sheriff's office, where he was subjected to interrogation.
Do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
Watching
From the
this
moment the
makes me
subject
so
entered
angry.
the room,
Not
his
just
eyes have been fixed upon
not just the
nothing but
fact that he just did a horrible thing, but this channel's gone now because it's so well made.
the floor. He's held on to this downward-facing gaze as if he's either in a state of shock or disconnected from the moment.
Maybe it's someone else. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna great pause game on my part there. I'm going to end the stream now and start up the Sleepy Boy stream, the last stream. We can watch the start of this, and then we can watch the rest of this rather, and then I can get into bed and watch the start drifting off like I did last night with the Fallout stuff. So everyone, if you're not already, like, share, and subscribe, and check out the Discord and Twitter and all that, and of course the Streamlabs if you want to help out there. I will be back in only as soon as I can, really. So I will see you in ideally less than 10 minutes, where we can wrap up this mountain of a stream experience. I've given you a literal weekend of my time. And we're not done yet, because I gotta sleep